Well, now there's Eleanor, settled our girl down soft and easy, rain still falling steady outside. And here comes my boy now, too, pulling up that old chair close to the hearth, same as he's done near every night of his life. Come on in, son, set yourself down. I reckon it's about time Old Silas took his turn at the telling, same as always. Look at us now, folks, whole family gathered up together, same as we do most every evening, fire cracking low, rain humming steady against the roof. My boy here, he's got his mother's patience and my own father's steady hands, and he's heard me tell more stories by this fire than I could rightly count on both hands and feet together. Tonight, I aim to tell y'all something my own grandfather told me back when I weren't no bigger than a fence post, about why he kept a lantern burning all through the night, every single night, rain or shine, summer or dead of winter. Never let it go dark, not once, not in all the years I knew him. Now, I asked him about it once, being a curious sort of boy, always pestering grown folks with questions they didn't much care to answer. I said, "Grandpa, ain't that a waste of good oil, keeping a lantern lit all night when everybody's just sleeping anyhow?" And he looked me steady, same look your own grandma'll give you when she's about to teach you something important, and he said, "Silas, that lantern ain't for seeing by, it's for something else entire." Well, that answer didn't satisfy me none, my boy, not at first. Took me the better part of that whole summer and a good deal of pestering before he finally sat me down proper and told me the real reason behind it, a reason that goes farther back than even his own memory, clear back to his grandfather's time, crossing hard country in search of a home to call their own. So settle in now, whole family together, same as always, and let Old Silas tell you why that lantern burned every single night and what it meant to a family trying to make it through hard, uncertain times. My great-grandfather, now, he was a young man when he first come out to this territory, traveling alone at first before he ever met the woman who'd become my great-grandmother. And the land back then, my boy, it weren't settled and friendly the way it is now. Weren't no neighbors close by, weren't no roads worth calling roads, just wide open country stretching out in every direction, dark as pitch once the sun went down. He built himself a small cabin first winter he arrived, nothing more than 4 walls and a roof, barely enough to keep the wind and snow at bay. And being alone out there, my boy, with nothing but darkness pressing in against them thin walls every night, he got to feeling a kind of loneliness he said he'd never known before, not even during the hardest stretches of his journey out west. Now, one particular night, deep in that first winter, a terrible storm blew through, snow piling up so high and fierce he couldn't hardly see his own hand in front of his face when he stepped outside to check on his animals. And in the middle of that storm, my boy, he heard something out there in the dark, a voice, faint and desperate, calling out for help. Turned out to be a traveler, lost in that storm, near froze clean through, stumbling blind through the snow with no notion of which direction led to safety. And the only reason that traveler found his way to my great-grandfather's cabin at all, the only reason he didn't perish out there in that terrible cold, was on account of a single lantern my great-grandfather had lit and set in his window that very evening, more out of habit than any particular reason, just to have a bit of light against the darkness pressing in. That traveler, half frozen and barely able to speak, he told my great-grandfather something he never forgot, not for the rest of his days. He said, "Mister, I'd given up. I was ready to lay down in that snow and let the cold take me. But I seen your light, just a small speck of yellow light out there in all that black and white, and something in me just couldn't give up, not with that light still burning." Now, my great-grandfather, he took that traveler in, warmed him by his own small fire, and come morning, once the storm had passed, that traveler went on his way, safe and sound, thanks entirely to a lantern that hadn't even been lit with him in mind. But my great-grandfather, he never forgot them words. "I'd given up, but I seen your light." And from that night forward, my boy, he made himself a promise. That lantern would burn every single night, no matter the season, no matter whether he expected company or not, on account of he'd come to believe that a light left burning in the darkness, it serves a purpose far beyond just seeing by. It tells anybody lost out there in the dark, whether lost in a storm or lost in their own troubles, that somebody's still awake, still watching, still ready to help should help be needed. Now that story got passed down through our family, generation after generation, same as Eleanor's mama passed along her own stories. And I aim to tell you right now exactly how that lantern kept burning through the years and what it come to mean for our whole family long after my great-grandfather himself had passed on. My grandfather, he was just a small boy when his own father passed that lantern tradition down to him, telling him the very same story I've just told you about the traveler lost in the storm. And my grandfather, he took that lesson to heart same as I've tried to, keeping that lantern lit every single night of his own life, right up until the day he passed on himself. I recall being a young boy, my own son, watching my grandfather tend to that lantern each evening, same ritual every single time, steady as the rising and setting of the sun itself. He'd trim the wick just so, fill the oil careful so it wouldn't run dry before morning, and set it right there in the front window, facing out toward the open country, same spot his own father had set it all them years before. I asked him once, being curious, same as I always was, "Grandpa, ain't nobody lost out there no more, not like the old days. Territory's settled now, got roads and neighbors and all. Why keep burning that lantern still?" And he looked at me steady, same patient way he always did, and he said, "Silas, the territory might be settled, but the world's still got plenty of folks lost in one way or another. Might not be lost in a snowstorm no more, but there's other kinds of lost. Lost in grief, lost in worry, lost in loneliness. That lantern, it ain't just for travelers stumbling through blizzards. It's a promise to anybody passing by, in whatever kind of trouble they're carrying, that there's a light still burning and somebody still cares whether they make it through safe. I didn't fully understand what he meant, not as a young boy, but I've come to understand it a great deal better now, telling you this story, my son, grown and settled with a family of your own. That lantern, it become more than just a light to guide lost travelers. It become a symbol right there in our family of a kind of steady watchfulness, a promise that our home would always stand ready to help whatever kind of storm come knocking, whether that storm be made of snow and wind or something harder to see like sorrow or fear or plain uncertainty. I remember one particular evening years later when a neighbor of ours, a widow living alone not far down the road, lost her only son to a terrible fever, sudden and unexpected. She come to our cabin that very night, half out of her mind with grief, not rightly knowing where else to turn. And it was that lantern burning steady in our window, same as always, that drew her toward us in the darkness, same as it drew that lost traveler toward my great-grandfather all them years before. We sat with her that whole night, my boy, my own father and mother and myself, just keeping her company, letting her grieve without being alone in it. Didn't say much of nothing most of the night, truth be told, just sat with her, quiet and steady, same as that lantern burned steady in the window behind us. Come morning, she thanked us for that light, same words that traveler had spoken generations before her. I seen your light burning, and I knew I weren't alone in my grief, not entirely. And that, my son, is when I truly understood what my grandfather had been trying to teach me all them years before. Now, I want to tell you about the night that very lantern nearly went dark for good, and what it took to keep that old family promise alive.
Now this happened during a particular hard winter, my boy, back when you yourself weren't but a babe still, too young to recollect any of it. We'd had ourselves a run of terrible luck that season. Crops had come in poor the autumn before, and money was tighter than I'd ever known it. Tighter even than them lean years right after I first married your mother. Oil for that lantern, it cost dear, my boy, dearer than we could rightly afford that particular winter. And I remember your grandmother, my own wife, coming to me one evening, worry etched plain across her face, and she said, "Silas, we're running low on oil, and I don't rightly know how we're gonna stretch what we got left clear through till spring, not if we keep burning that lantern every single night, same as always." Now I want you to understand, my boy, this weren't no small matter to me. That lantern, it carried near 100 years of family promise behind it. My great-grandfather's story, my grandfather's steady watchfulness, that widow's grief eased just enough to bear it. And here I was, facing the terrible possibility of letting it go dark simply on account of hard times and empty pockets. I recall laying awake that whole night, wrestling with what to do. Part of me wanted to keep that lantern burning no matter the cost, same as it always had. But another part of me, the practical part, the part that knew we had mouths to feed and couldn't rightly spend what little we had on symbolic gestures, however meaningful they might be. Come morning, I went to speak with my own father about it, seeking his counsel, same as I always did when troubled. And he told me something I ain't never forgot, something I want to pass along to you now, my son, same as it was passed to me. He said, "Silas, the lantern don't need to burn bright to keep its promise. It just needs to burn true." And he showed me how to trim that wick down low, just enough flame to cast a small, steady glow, using far less oil than we'd been using before, but still enough light to keep that old family promise alive through the hardest stretch of winter. We made it through that season, my boy, lean as it was, that lantern burning low and steady in our window every single night. Same promise held, even if the flame itself burned smaller than it ever had before. And I learned something powerful important that winter, something I want you to carry forward yourself now that you're grown with a family of your own resting close around this very fire tonight. Sometimes, my son, keeping a promise don't mean doing things exactly the way they've always been done. Sometimes it means finding a smaller, humbler way to honor what matters most, trimming down what you can't afford to trim without ever letting go of the promise itself entirely. That lantern taught me that lesson, same as it's taught our whole family so much else across all these generations. Now I want to tell you about the night, not so very long after that hard winter passed, when that very lantern's steady light brought somebody to our door that changed our family's fortunes for good.
Spring, it only just broke through that year, my boy. Ground still muddy and cold most mornings, but that lantern kept right on burning every night, same as always, even through the leanest stretch we'd weathered in years. And it was on one of them early spring evenings, rain falling soft, same as it's falling tonight, that a stranger come knocking at our door near dusk, looking half lost and mighty uncertain. He weren't dressed like folks from round these parts, my boy. Had the look of a city man about him. Fine coat, though it were mud-splattered and torn some from travel, and he introduced himself as a land surveyor sent out from back east to map this territory proper for the government. Said he'd gotten himself turned around on unfamiliar roads, and dusk had caught him with no clear notion of where the nearest town might lie. "I seen your lantern burning," he told us. Same words I'd heard tell of my whole life, passed down through them family stories. Weren't sure if anybody'd take in a stranger, but that light gave me hope enough to try. We took him in, same as our family always had, fed him a simple supper, and let him warm himself by our fire that whole evening. And in the course of our talking, my boy, he mentioned something that changed our fortunes considerable. Said the government was looking to survey and purchase land for a new stretch of road on account of connecting up some of the further territories with the main routes east. And wouldn't you know it, our own property sat near dead center of the path he'd been surveying toward. Now, I ain't gonna bore you with all the particulars of what followed, but I'll tell you this much, my boy. That road did get built right along the edge of our land, and it brought with it a steady trickle of travelers and trade that helped our family recover considerable from them lean years we just weathered. And it all started, near as I can figure, with a lantern burning low but steady in our window, drawing a lost surveyor toward shelter on a rainy spring evening. I've thought on that many a time since, my boy. That lantern, it never once burned for the purpose of bringing us good fortune. My great-grandfather lit it out of simple compassion for a lost traveler. My grandfather kept it burning as a promise to anybody lost or grieving. And I near let it go dark entirely, simply on account of hard times and empty pockets. But every single time that light burned, whether bright or dim, it seemed to draw exactly what was needed toward our door in ways none of us could ever have planned or expected. I believe that's a lesson worth holding on to, same as all the rest I've told you this evening. Kindness given freely, without expecting nothing in return. It's got a way of coming back around in ways we could never rightly predict. That lantern taught our family that lesson, generation after generation, same as I hope it's teaching you and your own children now, gathered close around this very fire. Now, I want to tell you about the night I finally understood, truly and completely, why that lantern mattered so much more than the light it cast. I must have been near 30 years old, my boy, already married to your own mother, with you just a small babe sleeping soundly in the next room, when I finally come to understand the full weight of what that lantern meant to our family. It happened on a night much like tonight, rain falling steady, whole family gathered close, and my own father, getting on in years by then, sat me down for what turned out to be one of our last long talks together before he passed. He said, "Silas, I want you to tell you something about that lantern, something I ain't never told you before, on account of I didn't think you were ready to hear it till now." Now this got my attention right quick, my boy, on account of I thought I'd heard every story there was to hear about that lantern, clear back to my great-grandfather and the lost traveler in the storm. But my father, he had one more piece to share, a piece that changed how I understood the whole tradition entire. He said, "Silas, that lantern ain't really about the travelers who find their way to our door, though that's mattered plenty over the years. It's about us, the ones keeping it lit, every single night, tending to that flame. It reminds us, plain and simple, that we've got something worth offering to whoever might need it. A warm fire, a full table, a listening ear. That lantern, it ain't just a light for others to find their way by. It's a promise we make to ourselves, night after night, that we'll keep being the kind of family worth finding." I sat with that for a long while, my boy, turning it over slow in my mind, same as I'm sure you're turning it over now, hearing it for yourself the very first time. A promise we make to ourselves. Ain't that a peculiar way of looking at something so simple as a bit of oil and flame in a window? But I've come to believe it with my whole heart, same as my father believed it, same as his father before him. Every evening, tending to that lantern, we ain't just hoping some lost soul might find their way to our door. We're renewing a promise to ourselves that we'll keep our hearts open, keep our door unlocked, keep our compassion burning steady, same as that flame, regardless of what hardships or good fortune come our way. My father passed on not long after that conversation, my boy, peaceful in his sleep, same as I hope for all of us gathered here tonight. And I took up the tending of that lantern myself, same ritual my great-grandfather started all them generations ago, same promise renewed every single evening since. Now look around you, my boy, your own mother sleeping soft in the next room, your sister already drifting off, same as your own children will someday, and that lantern burning steady right now out there past the window, same as it's burned for 4 generations of our family, keeping that same promise alive night after night, storm after storm, hardship after hardship. Someday, my son, you'll tend that very lantern yourself, same as I have, same as my father did, same as his father before him. And I hope when that day comes, you'll understand, same as I finally come to understand, that the light it casts matters far less than the promise it keeps. Rest easy now, whole family gathered close, rain still falling steady outside. That lantern's burning true tonight, same as always, and I reckon we can all rest a little easier knowing.
Now, my boy, I reckon it's about time I told you something else my own grandfather taught me. Something that's held this family together through more hard nights than I could rightly count. It's about a rule he kept, strict as any rule I ever knew him to keep. And it's this: never, not once, not for any reason at all, did he let a body in this family go to bed angry. I recollect testing that rule more than once as a boy, same as any child does with rules he don't yet understand. There was a particular evening, I must have been about your sister's age, when I got into a terrible spat with my own brother over something so small now I can't hardly recall what it even was. Might have been over a toy or whose turn it was to fetch water, something foolish like that. But at the time, my boy, it felt like the whole world hanging in the balance, and I was fixing to storm off to bed madder than a wet hand without so much as a word to anybody. My grandfather, he caught me by the shoulder right there in the doorway, gentle but firm, and he said, "Silas, where do you think you're headed?" And I told him, still fuming, "To bed, Grandpa. I ain't got nothing more to say to nobody tonight." And he just shook his head slow, same way he always did when he was about to teach me something important, and he said, "Not in this house, boy, not while I'm still breathing. Ain't nobody in this family lays their head down angry, not while there's still light enough to make it right. Now, I fought him on it, my boy, same as any prideful young'un might. Told him I didn't care to make nothing right, that my brother was in the wrong and could just stay in the wrong, far as I was concerned. But my grandfather, he just sat himself down right there at the table, and he said, "Fine then, we'll sit here till you care to." And sit we did, my boy. Sat there a good long while, the fire burning low, my grandfather not saying a single word, just waiting, patient as stone, while I stewed in my own foolishness. And I want to tell you, it's a peculiar thing sitting with your own anger long enough, with somebody just waiting quiet beside you. Something about it wears the anger down, same as water wears down a stone, slow and steady, till there ain't much sharpness left to it at all. Eventually, my boy, I did go find my brother, and we made our peace, awkward and mumbled though it was, same as young'uns often make their peace. And only then my grandfather let me go on to bed, and he took me in same as always, no scolding, no lecture beyond what I'd already sat through in silence at that table. I asked him, once I'd calmed down enough to be curious again, "Grandpa, why does it matter so much? Ain't nothing wrong with sleeping on it and making up come morning?" And he told me something that night, my boy, that I've carried with me every single day of my life since, and I aim to tell it to you now, same as he told it to me.
Well, now my grandfather sat back in his chair that night and told me a story about his own father, my great-grandfather, and the night that very rule was born out of. Seems my great-grandfather and great-grandmother, back in their younger years, had themselves a terrible quarrel one evening, worse than any spat me and my brother ever had, over money troubles and hard decisions about the farm. Great-grandmother, she was so hurt and so angry, she went off to bed without a word, turned her back to great-grandfather, and he, being prideful, same as most young husbands are, didn't chase after her to make it right, just let her be, thinking come morning the anger would have cooled enough to talk sense. But come morning, my boy, there weren't no chance to make it right at all. A sickness had took hold of great-grandmother during the night, sudden and fierce, the kind that come on quick in them days with no warning at all. By noon, my boy, she was gone, passed on before great-grandfather ever got the chance to say he was sorry, before they ever got to mend what had torn between them the evening before. My grandfather told me, voice grown quiet and serious, my father carried that regret his whole life, Silas. Not the argument itself. Arguments happen, same as storms happen. It was the going to bed angry that haunted him. He always said, I had the whole night to make it right, and I let pride keep me from it. And he made a vow right then, my boy, that no child of his and no child of theirs after would ever go to bed carrying anger they hadn't at least tried to set down first. I sat with that story a long while, my boy, feeling the weight of it settle deep in my chest. And from that night forward, I understood my grandfather's rule different entire. It weren't about forcing peace before it was ready. It was about honoring the plain truth that none of us know for certain we'll get another morning to make things right.
Now this rule, my boy, it didn't just live in stories told by the fire. My grandfather held to it fierce and steady every single day of his life that I knew him, and I watched him practice it more times than I could count, sometimes in ways that surprised me considerable. I recall one particular disagreement between him and my own grandmother, a real proper quarrel over some matter I never did fully understand as a boy, something about a decision he'd made without consulting her first. She was hurt bad by it, my boy, hurt in a way that showed plain on her face the whole evening. And I remember thinking surely this time they'd just go to bed separate and let it be, same as I'd seen other folks do plenty of times. But come time for bed, my grandfather went and found her out on the porch where she'd gone to sit alone with her thoughts, and I watched through the window as he sat down beside her, real quiet, and just waited. Didn't say nothing at first, just sat there, letting her know he weren't going nowhere, weren't gonna let this fester between them overnight. Eventually, I heard him say, soft enough I could barely make it out, "I was wrong not to ask you first. You deserved better than that." And my grandmother, she softened right there, same as anybody softens when they're truly heard and truly respected. They talked a good while longer, voices too low for me to catch the particulars, but by the time they come back inside, whatever had stood between 'em earlier, it had eased considerable. My grandfather explained it to me later, same patient way he explained most everything. He said, "Silas, being right ain't worth more than being close. A man can win every argument he ever has and still lose everything that matters if he lets them arguments build up walls between him and them he loves." I've turned them words over many a time since, my boy, and I believe they hold truer with every passing year. Now I want to tell you, my boy, this rule weren't always easy to keep, not for my grandfather, and Lord knows not for me either once I grew up and took a wife of my own. There's a particular night I recall, not long after your mother and I first married, when we had ourselves a fight fiercer than any we'd had before or since. It was over something foolish, same as most fights between young married folks tend to be, but it felt mighty serious at the time. Your mother, she went off to our room, and I sat out by the fire, stubborn and wounded pride swelling up in me something fierce. And I thought about just staying out there the whole night, letting her cool off on her own, same as I might have done before I ever learned my grandfather's rule. But then I thought of that story, my boy, about great-grandfather and great-grandmother, and how he never got the chance to make things right. And I thought of my own grandfather, sitting quiet beside my grandmother on that porch, not letting pride keep him from doing what mattered most.
So I got up, my boy, prideful and reluctant as I still felt, and I went and knocked soft on our door. Your mother didn't answer right away, and I stood there a good while, feeling foolish and uncertain. But I didn't leave. I just said through the door, I don't rightly know how to fix what I said tonight, but I ain't going to bed without trying. And after a spell, she opened that door, my boy, eyes still red from crying, but something in her face had softened, same as I'd seen my own grandmother soften all them years before. We talked long into the night, working through what had torn between us, and by the time we finally did lay down to sleep, whatever anger had been there, it had eased into something far gentler. I've kept that rule every single day since, my boy, same as my grandfather kept it, same as his father wished he had kept it. And I want you to understand, it ain't always been easy. Pride's a heavy thing to set down some nights, but I ain't never regretted setting it down. Not once, not in all these years.
There's one more piece to this story, my boy. One my grandfather didn't tell me until I was grown with children of my own, same as you are now. He told me that keeping this rule had done something else besides just mending quarrels quick. It taught every one of us children, watching him practice it, that love weren't something that just happened easy and stayed steady on its own. Love, he said, was something a body had to tend to, same as a garden, same as that lantern I told you about not long ago. A marriage, a family, he told me, it don't run smooth just on account of folks loving each other. It runs smooth on account of folks choosing every single day to mend what tears between them, instead of just letting it fester on its own. And I've watched that truth play out my whole life, my boy, in my own marriage, and now I reckon I'm watching it start to play out in yours, too. I recall your mother telling me once, years back, that she believed our marriage stayed strong through some hard seasons simply on account of we never let a disagreement carry over into a second day without at least trying to ease it some. Weren't always fixed complete by bedtime, mind you. Some troubles take longer than one evening to work through fully, but we never let anger sit there cold and untouched, festering in silence. We always at least tried, same as my grandfather taught me, same as his father's regret taught him. And I believe, my boy, watching you and your own wife raise up my grandchildren now, that you've carried this same rule forward, whether you rightly knew where it come from or not. I've seen you go find her after a disagreement, same as I went and found your mother all them years ago, same as my grandfather went and found my grandmother on that porch. So there it is, my boy, whole family gathered close tonight. Rain still falling steady outside, same rain that's fallen on every one of our family's evenings, generation after generation. This rule my grandfather taught me, born out of a regret his own father carried his whole life long. It's held our family together through more hard nights than any of us could rightly count.
never go to bed angry. Simple words, my boy, but Lord, they've held more weight in this family than near anything else I could ever teach you. Because none of us know for certain we'll get another morning to make things right. Same as great-grandfather never got that chance all them years before either of us was ever born. I want you to carry this rule forward, same as I've carried it, same as my grandfather carried it before me. Not on account of every disagreement needs solving complete before sleep takes hold. Some things take longer, and that's honest enough. But never let pride keep you from at least trying, from at least reaching to the ones you love, instead of turning your back and letting silence grow cold between you. Look around this room now, my boy. Your mother sleeping peaceful in the next room, your sister already drifted off, your own children resting safe under this same roof. This family, it's held together through generations, not on account of we never quarreled or never hurt each other's feelings. It's held together on account of we never let them hurts sit there untouched, festering through a whole night's silence. That lantern's still burning steady out there past the window, same as always, and I reckon there's a fitting kind of connection between that old promise and this one. Both of them, in their own way, they're about not letting darkness settle in unchallenged, whether that darkness be a lost traveler out in the storm or just plain old anger settling cold between two people who love each other. Rest easy now, whole family gathered close. Whatever small troubles tomorrow might bring, I reckon we'll face 'em same as we always have, together and with nothing left to fester overnight between us. Good night, my boy. Good night, whole family. Sleep deep and sleep at peace. Now, my boy, since we're all gathered close tonight, rain still falling steady, I reckon it's about time I told you a story about your own great-grandmother Eleanor and a doll she made with her own two hands way back when I weren't nothing but a small boy myself. It's a simple story, mind you, nothing grand about it, but I believe you'll find something worth holding on to in it, same as I have all these years. See, in them days, my boy, we didn't have no store-bought toys, not like children got nowadays. If a child wanted a doll to play with or something to comfort 'em at night, why, somebody had to make it themselves, usually out of whatever material was laying around the farm. And my mother, Eleanor, she had a particular gift for making dolls out of dried corn husks, twisting and tying 'em just so till it took the shape of a proper little figure, arms and legs and a round little head tied off neat with a bit of twine. I recall the very first one she ever made for my little sister, back when my sister was crying something terrible one evening, missing comfort of some kind, same as any small child does now and again. My mother didn't have a spare moment that whole day, busy as she was with chores, but she sat down right there by the fire that night after all her work was done, and she set to twisting up a little doll out of the husks left over from that day's corn shucking. Took her the better part of an hour, my boy, working slow and careful in the firelight, her fingers moving steady, same as when she'd mend a shirt or braid a rope. And I remember watching her close, fascinated by how something as plain as dried corn husk could turn bit by bit into something that looked almost like a little person with a dress fashioned out of a scrap of cloth tied round its middle. When she finally finished it, my sister's crying had long since stopped, just from watching Mama work so patient and careful. And when Mama handed that little doll over, my sister held it like it was the finest treasure in the whole world, though it weren't nothing but corn husk and a bit of twine and cloth. Now that doll, my boy, it becomes something far more than just a toy over the years that followed, and I aim to tell you exactly why and what become of it long after my sister had grown up and moved on from childish things. See, my sister, she carried that corn husk doll with her everywhere for near 2 years straight, my boy. Slept with it every single night, took it along on trips into town, even brought it to church of a Sunday morning, tucked careful inside her coat pocket. Mama used to tease her about it some, saying she'd wear that poor dog clean out from all the hugging and carrying. But my sister didn't care none. That doll had become something precious to her, beyond just what it was made of. I recollect one particular winter, a fever swept through our part of the territory, taking hold of several children in nearby families, and my sister caught it fierce, lay in a bed for near 2 weeks, burning up something terrible. Mama sat with her every single night during that sickness, worried sick herself, praying over her the way any mother would. And through the whole ordeal, my sister kept that corn husk doll clutched tight against her, even in her fevered sleep, mumbling to it sometimes, same as if it could hear and comfort her back. Mama told me later she believed that doll held some manner of comfort for my sister that even she, as a mother, couldn't quite provide alone. Something about holding on to something made special just for you with somebody's own hands and own care that eased a frightened, sickly child in ways words alone couldn't manage. My sister did pull through that fever, thank the Lord, though it took her a good long while to get her full strength back. And when she finally did recover, first thing she did once she was strong enough to sit up proper was ask Mama to mend that old doll, on account it had gotten a mite worn and tattered from all the hugging and carrying through her sickness. Mama sat down that very evening and fixed it up good as new, adding a fresh bit of cloth for its dress, tying the husks back together where they'd started coming loose. And I remember her saying, soft and gentle, "This doll's seen you through something hard, child. I reckon it deserves some mending of its own now." Now, my boy, here's the part of the story I most want you to remember. Years later, once my sister had grown into a young woman herself, fixing to marry and start a family of her own, she come to Mama one evening with that same old corn husk doll, worn and faded considerable by then, husks gone brittle with age, cloth dress patched over more times than anybody could count. She said, "Mama, will you teach me how to make one of these? I want to make one for my own daughter someday, same as you made this one for me." And Mama, she smiled the warmest smile I believe I ever saw across her face, and she sat my sister down right there
and taught her every bit of the twisting and tying, same patient way she'd taught me to whittle, same way her own mother had likely taught her. I watched 'em working together that whole evening, my boy, husk after husk, my sister fumbling some at first, same as anybody does, learning something new, but getting steadier with each attempt, Mama guiding her hands gentle, correcting her grip here and there, same patient teaching I've tried to pass on to you and your sister both in our own particular ways. By the end of that evening, my sister had made her very own doll, a bit rougher than Mama's work, truth be told, but proper enough to hold together and take shape, and she held it up proud, same way she'd held that very first doll all them years before as a small girl, and she said, "Someday I'll make one just like this for my own little girl, and I'll tell her about her grandmother Eleanor and how you made me one when I was crying and needing comforting." And my boy, she did exactly that. Years later, once she had her own daughter one evening, I watched her sit down same way Mama once had, twisting up corn husks by firelight, making a doll for her own little girl, passing along not just the skill of it, but the whole story behind it, same as I'm passing it along to you and your children now.
Now, my boy, I want to tell you what Mama used to say about why she took such care making that very first doll, rather than just handing my sister something quick and simple to quiet her crying. I asked her once, being curious, "Mama, why did it matter so much, taking a whole hour just to make something out of corn husks and twine? Couldn't you have just given her something simpler?" And Mama looked at me steady, same patient way she always did. And she said, "Silas, a child can tell the difference between something made quick and careless and something made slow and careful, even if they can't rightly explain how they know it. That doll, it ain't just corn husks and twine. It's every minute I spent making it, every bit of care I put into getting the shape just right. A child feels that, even if they don't understand it in words. I've thought on that many a time since, my boy, watching families nowadays buy toys quick and easy from stores. Nothing wrong with that, mind you. Times have changed considerable. But there was something particular about a toy made by a mother's own hands, slow and deliberate by firelight, after a whole day's hard work already done. It carried something in it that no store-bought toy could ever quite carry, no matter how fine or fancy it might be. Mama used to say that every doll she ever made held a bit of whatever she was feeling while she made it. Worry for a sick child, comfort for a frightened one, joy for a happy occasion. And I believe that's true, my boy. Same as I believe there's something particular in the stories I'm telling you and your children tonight. Something that carries forward more than just the words themselves. There's one more thing about that doll I want to tell you, my boy. Something that happened many years later, long after my sister had grown and married and had her own children of her own. Mama, getting on in years by then, her hands not so steady as they once were, she asked my sister one evening if she still had that very first doll, the original one Mama had made all them years before. My sister brought it out, my boy, careful as anything,
from where she'd kept it stored safe in a small wooden box her whole married life. Corn husks gone brittle and yellowed with age, cloth dress faded near colorless, but it had held together remarkable well, considering how many years had passed. Mama held that old doll in her lap a long while that evening, not saying much of nothing, just running her thin fingers over it gentle, same way she once ran her fingers over the fresh husks making it in the first place. And finally she said, "I didn't know making this all them years ago just how long it'd last, or how much it'd come to mean. I just wanted to stop your crying that one particular night." My sister told her, tearful as she was, "Mama, it meant everything, still does." And Mama just nodded, same quiet, satisfied nod she give whenever she understood something had turned out right, even better than she ever hoped or planned. That doll, my boy, it's still around today if I recall correctly, passed down now to my sister's granddaughter, kept safe same as it's always been kept. A simple thing, made out of corn husks and twine and cloth, but carrying generations of care and comfort within it, same as so many things we've talked about tonight. So there it is, my boy, whole family gathered close, rain still falling steady outside, same as it has all evening. That simple corn husk doll, it taught our family something I believe is worth remembering long after tonight. That the things made slow, careful, and with genuine care, they carry a weight and a comfort that quick, easy things simply can't match. Same as that lantern I told you about, burning steady through generations. Same as the stories your great-great-grandmother Margaret carried across them mountains. Same as the rule about never going to bed angry, passed down from father to son, generation after generation. All of it, my boy, made slow and deliberate, carrying forward far more than the simple materials or simple words they started out as. I hope someday when you or your own children face a frightened, crying little one needing comfort, you'll remember this story about Mama and that corn husk doll. It won't need to be a doll, mind you. Might be something else entire, some small thing made with your own hands and your own care. But I believe, my boy, there's a particular kind of comfort that comes only from something made slow, deliberate, and full of genuine love, same as Mama's doll carried all them years ago. Rest easy now. Whole family gathered close. That lantern still burning steady out there. Rain still falling gentle against the roof. And I reckon we've got plenty more stories yet to tell. Many more evenings yet to gather close by this fire together. But for tonight, I believe this one's enough to carry us all off toward peaceful, comfortable sleep. Good night, my boy. Good night, whole family. Sleep deep and dream gentle, same as that little corn-husk doll has comforted 3 generations of our family now, and God willing, many more generations yet to come. Now, my boy, gather in close once more, on account I got something particular to tell you tonight. Something about a ritual my own grandparents kept faithful every single evening of their lives. One that's near been forgotten by most folks these days, though I believe it held more wisdom than near anything else I could teach you. See, before any of us in this family ever laid our heads down to sleep, there was a particular practice my grandfather insisted upon, without fail, rain or shine, sickness or health, good times or hard times alike. He called it the settling word, and it went like this. Before any child in the house went off to their bed, they had to sit with him a spell, just a few minutes, and speak plain about anything troubling their mind from that day. I recollect being a young boy, impatient, same as most children are, wanting nothing more than to run off to bed after a long day at chores and play. But my grandfather, he wouldn't hear of it, not until that settling word had been spoken proper. He'd sit there by the fire, patient as stone, and he'd say, "Silas, what's weighing on you tonight? Can't go to sleep proper with something unspoken sitting heavy in your chest." Now, most nights, my boy, there weren't nothing particular troubling me, just ordinary boyish concerns, and I'd tell him so, quick and eager to get on to bed. But he taught me something important, even in them ordinary evenings. Something about the value of just checking in with yourself, taking stock of your own heart before sleep took hold. But there were other nights, my boy, harder nights, when something truly was weighing on me. And it was on them nights that this ritual showed its true worth. I aim to tell you about one particular evening when that settling word made all the difference in the world, and why my grandfather held so firm to this practice his whole life long. I must have been around 9 years old, my boy, when this particular evening happened, one I've carried with me my whole life since. I'd had a terrible day, worse than most, on account of I'd gotten into a fight with another boy from a neighboring farm over something foolish, same as most boyhood fights tend to be about. But this fight had gone further than most, my boy, and I'd said something cruel to that boy. Something I regretted the moment it left my mouth, but couldn't take back once spoken. I come home that evening, my boy, carrying a heavy weight of shame and regret, but too proud and too ashamed to speak on it to anybody, my own parents included. I figured I'd just keep it locked up inside myself, same as many folks do with their troubles, hoping it might just fade away on its own, given enough time. But come evening, my grandfather called me over for that settling word, same as every single night, and he asked me plain, "Silas, what's weighing on you tonight?" And I told him, same as always, "Nothing, Grandpa, just tired from chores is all." Now, my grandfather, he'd known me my whole life by then, my boy, and he could see plain something weren't right, despite my claiming otherwise. He didn't push me, didn't demand I speak on it right then. He just sat there a spell, and finally he said, "Silas, I've noticed you've been carrying something heavy all evening. Ain't gonna force you to speak on it, but I want you to know, whatever it is, it'll set easier once it's spoken out loud to somebody who cares about you." Something about them words, my boy, spoken so gentle and patient, it broke something loose inside me, and before I rightly knew what was happening, I found myself telling him the whole sorry tale about the fight, about the cruel words I'd spoken, about how ashamed I felt for letting my temper get the better of me.
Now, my boy, I want to tell you what my grandfather explained to me about why this particular ritual mattered so much to him, why he'd insisted on it every single evening of his life, without fail, long before I was ever born and long after I'd grown and moved on from his direct teaching. See, he told me once, sitting by that same fire we're gathered round tonight, that this settling word tradition hadn't started with him at all. It had come down from his own father, my great-grandfather, who'd learned the hard way just what happens when troubles get carried silent into sleep night after night, without ever finding proper voice. My great-grandfather, he told my grandfather about a particular season in his own life, back when he was a young husband, still learning how to manage a household and a growing family both at once. He'd carried worries about money, about crops, about whether he was doing right by his wife and children, but he never spoke on none of it, my boy, believing a man ought to handle his troubles quiet and alone, without bothering his family with such heavy concerns. And my grandfather told me his own father grew distant during that season, quiet and withdrawn in ways that worried his wife something fierce. She couldn't understand what had come over him, why he'd grown so short-tempered and far away, even during simple evening foldings that used to bring him such plain joy. It weren't until she finally cornered him one particular night, refusing to let him retreat to bed without speaking plain about what troubled him, that the whole weight of his silent worry finally come pouring out. Your great-grandfather told me, my grandfather said, that speaking them worries out loud, finally letting his wife share the weight of it alongside him, it felt like setting down a heavy sack he'd been carrying so long he'd nearly forgotten how heavy it truly was. And from that night forward, my boy, my great-grandfather made a vow, same as so many vows we've talked about this evening. That lantern burning steady, that old rocking chair, that well never running dry. I want you to understand, my boy, this ritual weren't just about children speaking their small troubles to a patient grandfather. It growed into something bigger than that over the years, something that shaped how every single member of this family learned to handle whatever weight they carried, whether that weight be big or small, whether they be a small child troubled by a foolish fight, or a grown man wrestling with worries about providing for his family proper. My own father, your great-grandfather Elias, he kept this same ritual faithful with me and your Uncle Tommy both. Same patient asking every single evening. Same settling word before any of us went off to bed. And I've tried to carry it forward myself with you and your sister both, though I know full well, my boy, that grown men sometimes forget to practice on themselves what they teach so faithful to their children. I recall your own mother reminding me of this more than once over the years, noticing when I'd grown quiet and troubled myself, carrying some worry silent, same as my great-grandfather once did, before she finally learned to break that silence. She'd say to me, "Silas, you taught our children never to carry trouble silent to bed. Seems only fair you practice that same wisdom yourself, husband." And she weren't wrong, my boy, not one bit. I want you to remember this lesson long after tonight, long after you've grown with children gathered close around your own fire someday. A troubled heart left unspoken, it don't grow lighter with silence. It only grows heavier, festering quiet in the dark, same as any wound left untended too long. But spoken plain, shared honest with somebody who loves you, that same trouble finds itself eased considerable, same as mine was that particular evening all them years ago, confessing my shame over that foolish, cruel fight.
Now, my boy, I want to tell you about a particular night, years after that fight with the neighbor boy, when this settling word ritual proved its worth in a far more serious matter than any boyhood quarrel. I was near 16 years old by then, old enough to think myself nearly grown, old enough to believe I could handle my own troubles without needing to speak on them to anybody, my grandfather included. That particular year, my boy, had been a hard one for our family, harder than most. A sickness had swept through, taking two of my younger cousins, children I'd grown up alongside, played with near every single day of my childhood. I carried a grief that season unlike anything I'd known before, my boy. Heavier and more confusing than any trouble I'd faced up to that point in my young life. And being 16, prideful in the particular way young men often are, I decided grief weren't something proper to speak on, not even during our family's settling word. I figured a man near grown ought to carry such heavy things silent and steady, without bothering others with his own sorrow. So evening after evening, when my grandfather asked what weighed on me, I told him, same as always, "Nothing particular, Grandpa, just tired." But my grandfather, wise as he'd always been, he noticed something different in how I carried myself during them weeks. I'd grown quiet at meals, distant during chores, short-tempered in ways that weren't like me at all. And one particular evening, instead of just asking his usual question and letting my usual deflection stand, he pressed a bit further, gentle but firm. He said, "Silas, I've raised you your whole life, and I know full well when something's troubling you deeper than you're letting on.
This grief over your cousins, it's sitting heavy on you, same as it's sitting heavy on this whole family. Ain't no shame in speaking on it, same as there weren't no shame all them years back when you spoke on that fight with the neighbor boy. I resisted at first, my boy, same stubborn pride fighting me, insisting I was handling it fine on my own. But my grandfather, patient as ever, he just sat there quiet, same as he'd done all them years before, waiting without pushing further, letting the silence itself do its own gentle work. And finally, my boy, same as before, something broke loose in me, and I found myself speaking on that grief, tears coming freer than I'd allowed myself in weeks, telling him how much I missed my cousins, how confused and angry I felt that they'd been taken so young, how guilty I felt for still being alive and healthy myself when they weren't. My grandfather listened close, same patient way he always had, and when I finished, he told me something I've carried with me ever since. He said, "Grief shared don't make it disappear, Silas, but it makes it bearable, same as any heavy weight becomes lighter when somebody else helps carry it alongside you. That's what this settling word's always been about, boy. Not solving every trouble, but making certain no trouble gets carried alone, in silence, festering worse for the lack of company in bearing it." That conversation with my grandfather, my boy, it changed something in me permanent. Taught me a lesson about grief and about speaking plain that I've carried forward my whole life since, same as I'm trying to carry it forward to you now. I learned that season, my boy, that strength ain't about carrying every burden silent and alone. True strength, I come to understand, is knowing when to let somebody else share the weight of what troubles you, same as my grandfather taught me, same as his own father had taught him. I recall in the weeks that followed that particular conversation, finding it easier and easier to speak plain during our settling word, no longer holding back grief or worry or confusion out of some foolish notion of proving my own toughness. And I noticed something else too, my boy. The more I spoke plain about what troubled me, the lighter I seemed to carry myself during the daylight hours too. Less short-tempered, less distant, more myself again. Same boy my family had always known before that grief had settled so heavy upon me. My grandfather explained it to me once, this connection between speaking plain at night and carrying oneself lighter during the day. He said, "Silas, a troubled heart carried silent is like a stone tucked away in your pocket, growing heavier the longer it sits there unaddressed. But a troubled heart spoken plain, shared honest with somebody who loves you, that stone gets set down, even if just for a spell, and that lightness carries forward into how you face each new day." I've thought on that many a time since, my boy, watching my own children and
Now watching you and your sister both learning this same lesson through our own family's settling word tradition. It ain't a cure-all, mind you. Grief still takes its own time to heal. Worries still require their own particular solutions worked out over time. But the simple act of speaking plain, of not carrying trouble silent and alone, it eases the burden considerable, makes whatever difficulty you're facing feel less overwhelming, less isolating. I want you to remember this lesson, my boy, long after tonight, long after you've grown with children of your own gathered close around your own fire someday. Never let pride or foolish notions of toughness convince you that troubles are meant to be carried silent and alone. Speak plain, same as I taught you, same as my grandfather taught me, same as his own father learned through his own hard lesson about the danger of silent worry.
Now, my boy, there's another particular evening I want to tell you about. One that happened not so many years back, when your own mother and I faced a hardship of our own, and this settling word tradition proved its worth once more. This time not between grandfather and grandson, but between husband and wife, same as it did for my own great-grandfather all them years before. We'd had a particular difficult harvest that year, my boy. Crops coming in poorer than we'd hoped, money tighter than we'd planned for, and I found myself carrying a heavy worry about how we'd manage through the coming winter, whether we'd have enough set aside to see us through proper. And being a man, same prideful foolishness that's tripped up men in this family for generations, I decided I ought to carry that worry silent, protecting your mother from fretting over troubles I figured was mine alone to solve. For near 2 weeks, my boy, I carried that worry quiet, growing more distant and short-tempered with each passing day, same as my own father had grown all them years before, according to what my grandfather had told me. And your mother, sharp as she's always been, she noticed the change in me plain, same as my own grandmother had noticed the change in my great-grandfather generations before. She come to me one particular evening, my boy, same settling word tradition, though she didn't call it by that name, and she said, "Silas, something's troubling you, and I aim to know what it is, on account of a marriage ain't meant to carry secrets, especially secrets meant to protect the other person from worry they've got every right to share." I resisted at first, same stubborn pride fighting me, insisting I had everything handled, that she needn't worry herself over money troubles that weren't rightly hers to bear. But your mother, patient and firm both at once, she wouldn't let that answer stand. She said, "Silas, I married you to share every burden alongside you, good and bad both. You're not protecting me by staying silent. You're just making me feel shut out from something that affects us both equal." Them words struck me hard, my boy,
made me realize I'd fallen into the very trap my grandfather had warned me about all them years before, believing silence was strength, when really it was just fear dressed up to look like strength. So I told her, finally, the whole truth of my worry about that poor harvest, about whether we'd manage through winter proper. And my boy, same as every single time this family's practiced honest speaking over troubled silence, something eased between us that very evening. Your mother, hearing my worry plain, she didn't panic or add to my burden with her own fear. Instead, she helped me think through solutions I hadn't considered myself, ways we might stretch our supplies further, extra work we might take on to supplement what the harvest hadn't provided. We made it through that winter together, my boy, same as families in this line have made it through countless hardships before us. Not on account of my worry disappeared entirely, but on account of I stopped carrying it alone, silent and isolated, letting your mother share that weight alongside me, same as this family's settling word tradition has always intended.
I want to tell you now, my boy, about how this same tradition has shaped how you and your sister have grown up, though you might not have thought on it consciously as anything particular or unusual, simply on account of it's been part of our evenings your whole lives, same as breathing or eating supper together. I recall starting this practice with you when you were just a small boy, barely old enough to speak plain about your own troubles, but old enough, I believed, to begin learning this important lesson. Every single evening, same as my grandfather did with me, same as his father did with him, I'd sit you down a spell before bed and ask you plain, what's weighing on you tonight, son? Most evenings, when you were small, your troubles were simple enough. Frustration over a chore not going right, disappointment over some small setback in your play, ordinary childhood concerns that eased quick enough with just a few words of comfort and understanding. But I noticed, my boy, how speaking plain about even them small troubles seemed to settle you easier into sleep, same as it settled me all them years before with my own grandfather. As you grew older, my boy, your troubles grew more complex, too, same as troubles always do as children mature into young men and women. I recall particular evenings when you struggled with friendships turning difficult, with doubts about your own abilities, with confusion over decisions you weren't certain how to make, and every single time, same patient asking, same settling word tradition gave you space to speak plain about whatever weighed heaviest on your young heart. I believe, my boy, this practice has shaped you into the kind of man who don't carry troubles silent and isolated, same as I learned not to, same as my own grandfather learned before me. And I've watched you practice this same wisdom with your own younger sister, too, checking on her when she's grown quiet or troubled, encouraging her to speak plain rather than carry her worries alone. That's how traditions truly take root and carry forward, my boy.
not just through the words spoken by elders like myself, but through the living example passed from sibling to sibling, friend to friend, eventually parent to child, generation after generation, same as this whole family has watched happen with so many traditions we've discussed this very evening. Now, my boy, I want to share with you something particular my grandfather told me once, near the end of his own life, about why he believed this settling word tradition mattered so much more than folks often realized, why he'd insisted on practicing it faithful every single evening of his life, without exception, regardless of how tired or busy or distracted he might have been otherwise. He called me to his bedside, my boy, getting frail and weak by then, his own time drawing near, same as we all face eventually. And he said, "Silas, I want you to understand something about why I never once skipped our settling word, not even on my most exhausted evenings, not even when I could barely keep my own eyes open from a hard day's labor." I leaned in close, my boy, sensing this was something important he wanted to pass along before his time run out entirely. And he told me every single time I sat with you, asking what troubled you, I weren't just helping you sleep easier that particular night. I was teaching you, bit by bit, evening by evening, that your feelings mattered, that your troubles were worth speaking on, that you weren't alone in whatever you carried, no matter how big or small. He continued, his voice growing weaker, but his conviction staying strong. A child who learns early that his troubles matter, that speaking plain brings comfort rather than shame, he grows into a man who don't carry burdens silent and isolated his whole life through. He grows into a man who knows how to ask for help, how to share his heart honest with them he loves, how to avoid the loneliness that comes from believing every trouble must be faced alone. I've thought on them words many a time since, my boy, understanding more each year just how right my grandfather was about the deeper purpose behind this simple, faithful tradition. It weren't ever really about solving every single trouble a child or grown man might face. It was about teaching through steady, faithful practice that no trouble need ever be carried entirely alone in this family. My grandfather passed on not long after that conversation, my boy, peaceful and satisfied, same as I hope for all of us gathered here tonight, many years from now. And I've carried his wisdom forward faithful ever since, same as I hope you'll carry it forward yourself to children of your own someday, gathered close around your own fire, same settling word tradition passed down generation after generation. So there it is, my boy, whole family gathered close, rain still falling steady outside, same as it's fallen through every single story we've shared this evening. This settling word tradition, born out of my great-grandfather's own hard lesson about silent, festering worry, it's carried this family through boyhood fights, through grief over lost loved ones,
through hard financial worries between husband and wife, through every kind of trouble a family might face across so many generations. I hope, my boy, you'll carry this tradition forward yourself, same as I've carried it forward from my own grandfather, same as he carried it forward from his father before him, not just as some old ritual practiced out of habit, but as a genuine, faithful reminder that no trouble, big or small, need ever be carried silent and alone in this family. Someday, my boy, you'll sit your own children down each evening, same as I've done with you, same as my grandfather did with me, and you'll ask them plain, what's weighing on you tonight? And through that simple, faithful question, asked evening after evening, year after year, you'll teach them the same precious lesson this whole family's learned across so many generations, that speaking plain brings comfort, that trouble shared is trouble halved, and that nobody in this family need ever face their burdens entirely alone. Rest easy now, whole family gathered close. Whatever small troubles today might have brought, we've spoken on 'em plain tonight, same as always, and we can lay our heads down peaceful, knowing nothing's been left to fester silent in the dark. That's the gift my great-grandfather gave this family all them years ago, learning the hard way just how much silence can weigh on a troubled heart. Good night, my boy. Good night, whole family. Sleep deep and sleep light, same as this settling word tradition has helped generations of our family sleep, unburdened by silent, unspoken troubles, held together instead by honest, faithful, loving conversation, night after night after.
Now, my boy, settle in close again, on account of I got another one for you tonight. This time about my own father, your great-grandfather Elias, and a peculiar habit of his that I didn't understand for the longest while as a young boy. See, my father, he had a rule about matches, strict as any rule he ever kept, and it was this: never strike one unless you're certain, dead certain, it's gonna catch and hold. I recollect watching him light our stove of a morning. Same ritual every single day, and he'd take that one match, hold it steady, strike it slow and careful against the strip, and get that flame catching true on the very first try, near every single time. Weren't luck, my boy. Weren't skill neither, not entirely. It was something he'd learned the hard way, and he made certain to teach it to me and your Uncle Tommy both, so we wouldn't have to learn it same hard way he did. I asked him once, being a curious boy, same as always, "Pa, why's it matter so much, one match here or there? Ain't we got a whole box of 'em?" And he set that box down slow, looked at me steady, and said, "Silas, there was a winter once when a whole box of matches meant the difference between a family staying warm and a family freezing solid.
I aim for you to understand that difference before you ever find yourself facing it without matches to spare. Now that got my attention right quick, my boy, on account of my father weren't one to speak in such serious tones over something as simple as fire starting. And that evening, by the fire, same as we're gathered now, he told me the whole story of that particular winter, back when he was just a young man himself, starting out fresh with your great-grandmother on land that weren't hardly proven yet.
That winter, my boy, was the hardest my father and mother ever faced together, back before I was even born, when it was just the two of them trying to make something out of a small plot of land my father had claimed not long after they married. They'd built themselves a cabin, small and drafty, nothing like the sturdier place we call home now, and they laid in what supplies they could afford, including one single box of matches, meant to last the whole winter through. Now, my father, he weren't as careful then as he become afterward, and he admitted this to me plain, no shame hiding in his voice. Said he struck matches careless that first month of winter, wasting 2 or 3 some mornings just trying to get the kindling to catch, not thinking twice about it, on account of he figured that box would surely last. But come the deepest part of that winter, my boy, colder and longer than either of them had expected, my father went to strike a match one morning and found the box near empty, far sooner than he'd ever planned. He told me his stomach dropped clean through the floor, realizing what careless wasting had cost him, with weeks of winter still stretching out ahead and no way to get to town for more supplies, snow piling too deep and dangerous for travel. He had just 3 matches left, my boy, 3 matches to last what turned out to be near a month more of bitter cold. And he told me, voice grown quiet and serious, telling this part of the story, "Silas, I learned real quick that a match ain't just a match. It's warmth, it's cooking a meal, it's keeping your wife from freezing in her sleep. And wasting one careless is wasting all them things right along with it." So my father and mother, they had to get mighty clever, mighty careful with them 3 remaining matches, my boy. First thing my father did was learn to keep a fire smoldering low through the whole night, banking the coals careful before sleep, covering 'em just right with ash so they'd hold their heat till morning without burning up the last of their firewood too quick. That way, come morning, he wouldn't need to strike a fresh match at all. He'd just uncover them banked coals, blow on 'em gentle till they caught flame again, and build the fire back up from there. Took some practice to get right, he told me, and more than one morning he woke to find the coals gone cold entire, forcing him to consider striking one of them precious remaining matches. He told me about one particular morning, bitter cold, colder than near any he'd known, when he woke to find the coals barely holding any warmth at all. And
And he sat there, my boy, staring at them near-dead coals, weighing whether to strike one of his 3 remaining matches or try once more to coax life back into what little warmth remained. He decided to try coaxing it first, laying down flat on that cold dirt floor, blowing soft and steady into them coals for near a quarter-hour straight, patient as anything, till finally, just when he'd nearly given up hope, a small flame caught and held. He built that fire back up careful, saving that match for whenever true necessity might strike. By the time spring finally broke through, my boy, my father had them same 3 matches still tucked away, unused, saved through the whole rest of that hard winter through nothing but patience, care, and hard-learned skill with tending coals through the night.
Now, my father told me once spring finally arrived and he could travel safe into town again for fresh supplies, he went and bought himself the largest box of matches the general store carried, more than he figured he'd ever rightly need. And the store clerk, an old-timer who'd seen plenty of hard winters himself, asked him why he was buying so many, more than most folks ever bothered purchasing at once. My father told him the whole story, same as he told it to me, about wasting matches careless early that winter and having to make do with just 3 for near a month straight. And that old clerk, he nodded slow and knowing, and he said something my father never forgot, something he passed along to me that very evening by our own fire. He said, "Son, there's 2 kinds of folks in this world. Them that learn to respect scarcity before it teaches them a hard lesson, and them that only learn it after scarcity's already near broke 'em. Sounds to me like you've learned it the hard way now, and that's a lesson worth carrying forward the rest of your days." My father took them words to heart, my boy, same as I've took to heart everything he's ever taught me. From that day forward, every single match was struck with intention, with care, never wasted on carelessness or impatience. And he taught me and your Uncle Tommy both, from the time we were old enough to strike our own fires, that same careful respect for something as small and simple as a match. I want to tell you, my boy, this lesson about matches, it weren't really about matches at all, not in the deepest sense. My father used it to teach me something far bigger, something about how a body ought to treat every resource, every gift, every bit of good fortune that comes their way, no matter how small or seemingly abundant it might appear at first. He used to say, "Silas, it's easy to be careless with something when you believe you've got plenty of it. Time, money, even folks' patience and love. But abundance, boy, it's got a way of running out quicker than you expect, same as that box of matches did for me and your mother. Best to treat everything with the same care you'd give something scarce, even when it don't feel scarce yet." I've carried that lesson forward my whole life, my boy, same as I've tried to teach it to you and your sister both. Every match struck in this house, every log placed careful on the fire, every drop of oil poured into that old lantern I told you about, all of it done with a mind toward respecting what we've got,
rather than taking it for granted simply on account of it seems plentiful today. And I believe, my boy, this same lesson applies far beyond just matches and firewood. It applies to the time we spend with each other, gathered close, same as we are tonight. It applies to the words we speak to the ones we love, same as that rule about never going to bed angry. Everything precious, my boy, deserves that same careful, deliberate respect, whether it feels scarce or plentiful in the moment.
So there it is, my boy, another lesson passed down from your great-grandfather Elias, learned through a hard winter long before either of us was ever born, but carried forward faithful, generation after generation, same as everything else we've talked about this evening. Never waste what you've got simply on account of it feels plentiful today. Treat every match, every log, every quiet evening together, same as we're having right now, with the same care and respect you'd give something you knew was scarce and precious. That's the lesson my father carried forward from that hard winter, and it's the lesson I hope you'll carry forward too, same as I've tried to live it out every single day of my own life. Look at that lantern still burning steady out there past the window, my boy, same as always, tended, careful, never wasted, never taken for granted. And look around this room, whole family gathered close, warm and safe from that rain falling steady outside. None of this, my boy, ought to be taken for granted, no more than my father took for granted them 3 precious matches he stretched clean through a whole hard winter. Rest easy now, whole family gathered close. Tomorrow'll bring its own chores, its own small hardships, same as every day does. But tonight, we're warm, we're together, and there ain't nothing wasted between us. Only care, only love, only the steady, patient tending that's carried this family through generation after generation. Good night, my boy. Good night, whole family. Sleep deep and sleep grateful, same as your great-grandfather Elias taught all of us to be, one careful match at a time. Now, my boy, settle in close again, on account of I got another one for you tonight. This time about my own father, your great-grandfather Elias, and a peculiar habit of his that I didn't understand for the longest while as a young boy. See, my father, he had a rule about matches, strict as any rule he ever kept, and it was this: never strike one unless you're certain, dead certain, it's gonna catch and hold. I recollect watching him light our stove of a morning. Same ritual every single day, and he'd take that one match, hold it steady, strike it slow and careful against the strip, and get that flame catching true on the very first try, near every single time. Weren't luck, my boy, weren't skill neither, not entirely.
It was something he'd learned the hard way, and he made certain to teach it to me and your Uncle Tommy both, so we wouldn't have to learn it same hard way he did. I asked him once, being a curious boy, same as always, "Pa, why's it matter so much, one match here or there? Ain't we got a whole box of 'em?" And he set that box down slow, looked at me steady, and said, "Silas, there was a winter once when a whole box of matches meant the difference between a family staying warm and a family freezing solid. I aim for you to understand that difference before you ever find yourself facing it without matches to spare." Now that got my attention right quick, my boy, on account of my father weren't one to speak in such serious tones over something as simple as fire starting. And that evening, by the fire, same as we're gathered now, he told me the whole story of that particular winter, back when he was just a young man himself, starting out fresh with your great-grandmother on land that weren't hardly proven yet.
That winter, my boy, was the hardest my father and mother ever faced together, back before I was even born, when it was just the two of them trying to make something out of a small plot of land my father had claimed not long after they married. They'd built themselves a cabin, small and drafty, nothing like the sturdier place we call home now, and they laid in what supplies they could afford, including one single box of matches, meant to last the whole winter through. Now, my father, he weren't as careful then as he become afterward, and he admitted this to me plain, no shame hiding in his voice. Said he struck matches careless that first month of winter, wasting 2 or 3 some mornings just trying to get the kindling to catch, not thinking twice about it, on account of he figured that box would surely last. But come the deepest part of that winter, my boy, colder and longer than either of 'em had expected, my father went to strike a match one morning and found the box near empty, far sooner than he'd ever planned. He told me his stomach dropped clean through the floor, realizing what careless wasting had cost him, with weeks of winter still stretching out ahead, and no way to get to town for more supplies, snow piling too deep and dangerous for travel. He had just 3 matches left, my boy, 3 matches to last what turned out to be near a month more of bitter cold. And he told me, voice grown quiet and serious, telling this part of the story, "Silas, I learned real quick that a match ain't just a match. It's warmth, it's cooking a meal, it's keeping your wife from freezing in her sleep. And wasting one careless is wasting all them things right along with it." So my father and mother, they had to get mighty clever, mighty careful with them 3 remaining matches, my boy. First thing my father did was learn to keep a fire smoldering low through the whole night, banking the coals careful before sleep,
covering 'em just right with ash so they'd hold their heat till morning without burning up the last of their firewood too quick. That way, come morning, he wouldn't need to strike a fresh match at all. He'd just uncover them banked coals, blow on 'em gentle till they caught flame again, and build the fire back up from there. Took some practice to get right, he told me, and more than one morning he woke to find the coals gone cold entire, forcing him to consider striking one of them precious remaining matches. He told me about one particular morning, bitter cold, colder than near any he'd known, when he woke to find the coals barely holding any warmth at all. And he sat there, my boy, staring at them near-dead coals, weighing whether to strike one of his 3 remaining matches or try once more to coax life back into what little warmth remained. He decided to try coaxing it first, laying down flat on that cold dirt floor, blowing soft and steady into them coals for near a quarter-hour straight, patient as anything, till finally, just when he'd nearly given up hope, a small flame caught and held. He built that fire back up careful, saving that match for whenever true necessity might strike. By the time spring finally broke through, my boy, my father had them same 3 matches still tucked away, unused, saved through the whole rest of that hard winter through nothing but patience, care, and hard-learned skill with tending coals through the night.
Now, my father told me, once spring finally arrived and he could travel safe into town again for fresh supplies, he went and bought himself the largest box of matches the general store carried, more than he figured he'd ever rightly need. And the store clerk, an old-timer who'd seen plenty of hard winters himself, asked him why he was buying so many, more than most folks ever bothered purchasing at once. My father told him the whole story, same as he told it to me, about wasting matches careless early that winter and having to make do with just 3 for near a month straight. And that old clerk, he nodded slow and knowing, and he said something my father never forgot, something he passed along to me that very evening by our own fire. He said, "Son, there's 2 kinds of folks in this world. Them that learn to respect scarcity before it teaches them a hard lesson, and them that only learn it after scarcity's already near broke 'em. Sounds to me like you've learned it the hard way now, and that's a lesson worth carrying forward the rest of your days." My father took them words to heart, my boy, same as I've took to heart everything he's ever taught me. From that day forward, every single match was struck with intention, with care, never wasted on carelessness or impatience. And he taught me and your Uncle Tommy both, from the time we were old enough to strike our own fires, that same careful respect for something as small and simple as a match. I want to tell you, my boy, this lesson about matches, it weren't really about matches at all, not in the deepest sense. My father used it to teach me something far bigger, something about how a body ought to treat every resource, every gift, every bit of good fortune that comes their way, no matter how small or seemingly abundant it might appear at first. He used to say, "Silas, It's easy to be careless with something when you believe you've got plenty of it. Time, money, even folks' patience and love. But abundance, boy, it's got a way of running out quicker than you expect. Same as that box of matches did for me and your mother. Best to treat everything with the same care you'd give something scarce, even when it don't feel scarce yet. I've carried that lesson forward my whole life, my boy, same as I've tried to teach it to you and your sister both. Every match struck in this house, every log placed careful on the fire, every drop of oil poured into that old lantern I told you about, all of it done with a mind toward respecting what we've got, rather than taking it for granted simply on account of it seems plentiful today. And I believe, my boy, this same lesson applies far beyond just matches and firewood. It applies to the time we spend with each other, gathered close, same as we are tonight. It applies to the words we speak to the ones we love, same as that rule about never going to bed angry. Everything precious, my boy, deserves that same careful, deliberate respect, whether it feels scarce or plentiful in the moment.
So there it is, my boy. Another lesson passed down from your great-grandfather Elias, learned through a hard winter long before either of us was ever born, but carried forward faithful, generation after generation, same as everything else we've talked about this evening. Never waste what you've got simply on account of it feels plentiful today. Treat every match, every log, every quiet evening together, same as we're having right now, with the same care and respect you'd give something you knew was scarce and precious. That's the lesson my father carried forward from that hard winter, and it's the lesson I hope you'll carry forward too, same as I've tried to live it out every single day of my own life. Look at that lantern still burning steady out there past the window, my boy, same as always, tended, careful, never wasted, never taken for granted. And look around this room, whole family gathered close, warm and safe from that rain falling steady outside. None of this, my boy, ought to be taken for granted, no more than my father took for granted them 3 precious matches he stretched clean through a whole hard winter. Rest easy now, whole family gathered close. Tomorrow'll bring its own chores, its own small hardships, same as every day does. But tonight, we're warm, we're together, and there ain't nothing wasted between us. Only care, only love, only the steady, patient tending that's carried this family through generation after generation. Good night, my boy. Good night, whole family. Sleep deep and sleep grateful, same as your great-grandfather Elias taught all of us to be, one careful match at a time.
Now, my boy, settle in close once more on account of I got another one for you tonight. This time about the old well out back, the one your grandfather dug with his own 2 hands, and a peculiar promise that well's kept faithful for near 60 years now.
You've drawn water from it yourself plenty of times, I reckon. But I don't believe you know the full story of how it come to be, or why it's never once run dry, not even during the driest summers this territory's ever seen. See, when my father first came out to this land, before he'd even built the cabin proper, the very first thing he set to doing was digging that well. Most folks, they'd have started with shelter first, building walls against the weather before worrying about water. But my father, he had a different notion entire about what mattered most. I asked him once, being curious, same as always, "Pa, why'd you dig the well before you even had a roof over your head?" And he told me, "Silas, a man can survive a good while without proper shelter, wrapped up warm enough in blankets and canvas, but a man can't survive more than a few days without water, no matter how fine his shelter might be. I wanted to know before anything else that this land could provide what my family needed most." Now, digging that well weren't no easy task, my boy. Took him the better part of 3 whole weeks, working from sun up to sundown, digging deeper and deeper into rocky ground that fought him every single foot of the way. And more than once, he told me, he wondered if he'd chosen the wrong spot entire, worried he might dig and dig without ever striking water at all. But he kept at it, patient and steady, same as everything else this family's ever done. And I aim to tell you exactly what happened when he finally did strike water, and the peculiar promise he made himself that very day, standing there at the bottom of that half-finished well.
Well, my boy, my father told me it happened on the 22nd day of digging. Deep enough then that he had to be lowered down and pulled back up by rope on account of the well had grown too deep to climb in and out easy no more. He'd near given up hope that particular morning, arms aching something fierce from all them weeks of steady digging, when his shovel finally struck something different. Not the hard, dry rock he'd been fighting through, but soft, damp earth, dark and rich with moisture. He told me his heart near stopped right then and there, my boy, hardly daring to believe what he was seeing. He dug a bit further, careful now, and sure enough, water started seeping up through the earth, slow at first, then steadier, pooling at the bottom of that deep hole he'd carved out with nothing but his own 2 hands and sheer determination. He climbed up out of that well, my boy, and he told me he just stood there a long while, staring down into it, watching that water rise slow and steady. And right then, standing there, exhausted but overjoyed, he made himself a promise, spoken out loud to nobody but himself and the wide open sky above him. He said, "This well provided for me when I needed it most. I promise, long as I live, I'll tend it careful, keep it clean, keep it clear, and it'll provide for my family and anybody else who needs it for as long as this land belongs to us."
Now that might sound like a simple enough promise, my boy. Nothing too remarkable about a man promising to take care of his own well. But I want to tell you how faithful he kept that promise, and how that well come to mean something far greater than just a source of water for our own family alone. See, my father, he took to checking that well every single morning without fail, clearing out any debris that might have fallen in overnight, making certain the rope and bucket stayed in good repair, keeping the stones around its rim solid and even. Weren't no small task, my boy, tending to something so faithful, day after day, year after year. But he never once let that promise slip, not even during his most busy planting seasons or his most exhausting harvest weeks. And word got around the territory, slow but sure, same as word does in these parts, about how faithful and clean my father kept that well. Travelers passing through, neighbors from further out than you'd expect, they all knew they could stop at our place and draw fresh, clean water any time of day and night on account of my father's steady tending. I recall one particular summer, my boy, worse drought than this territory had seen in near 10 years. Creeks and streams running dry all across the land, other wells turning muddy and low, some failing entire. Families come from near 10 miles off, my boy, just to draw water from our well, on account of it kept running steady and clear, even when every other source for miles around had turned undependable. My father never once turned anybody away, my boy, never once complained on the extra strain on our well from so many families drawing from it. He just kept tending it same as always, patient and faithful. Same promise he'd made himself standing there at the bottom of that half-dug well all them years before. I asked him once during that particular drought, "Pa, ain't you worried it might run dry with so many folks drawing from it now?" And he looked at me steady and said, "Silas, a well-tended faithful runs deep enough to provide for whoever needs it. It's them wells left untended, ignored till trouble comes, that run dry when trouble's exactly when they're needed most."
That drought lasted the better part of 2 whole months, my boy. Hardest stretch this territory had faced in longer than most folks could recall. And through it all, our well kept providing, steady and faithful, same as my father had promised it would all them years before when he first struck water at the bottom of that long, hard dig. I remember watching families come and go from our property during them difficult weeks, drawing water for their own homes, their own animals, their own gardens, struggling against that relentless dry heat. And my father, he never once charged a single soul for that water, never once asked for payment or favor in return. He just kept tending that well, same faithful care, same steady promise. There was one particular family, my boy, the Hendersons, lived near 8 miles off, hardest hit by that drought on account of their own well had gone bone dry near a month into it. My father let them draw water regular, twice a week, same as anybody else who come asking. And Mr. Henderson, proud man that he was, he come to my father one evening, embarrassed and grateful both at once, trying to insist on paying something for all that water his family had drawn. My father wouldn't hear of it, my boy. He told Henderson this well provided for my family when we had nothing else. Seems only right it provides for others, too, when they're facing the same hardship I once faced myself. Keep your money, friend. Just promise me you'll do the same for somebody else someday when you're able. Anderson agreed, my boy, tearful and grateful, and they shook my father's hand firm. Same handshake I've seen sealed many an important promise in this territory over the years. And I want to tell you, that promise got kept too, in ways my father never could have predicted at the time. See, my boy, near 10 years later, a different family, new to the territory, faced a hard winter. Crops failed, money tight, same kind of struggle my own father had faced in his early years out here. And wouldn't you know it was Henderson, grown prosperous by then, his own farm thriving, who took that struggling family in, fed 'em through that whole hard winter. Same generous spirit my father had shown him during that terrible drought years before. I heard about it secondhand, my boy, through neighbors talking, and when I mentioned it to my father, he just smiled, quiet and satisfied, and said, "That's how well like ours is meant to work, Silas, not just providing water, but providing an example, too. Showing folks how kindness, given freely, has a way of flowing onward, same as water finding its way through whatever channel's open to it." I've thought on that many a time since, my boy, watching our own well continued providing, generation after generation, same faithful source of water, same faithful example of generosity passed down and passed onward, family to family, neighbor to neighbor, across this whole territory. Now I want to tell you about the particular day many years later when I finally understood the full weight of what my father had built, not just with that well itself, but with the promise and the example he'd tied to it all them years before. I was a grown man myself by then, my boy, with children of my own, your own older cousins when they were still young, and my father getting on in years, his strength not what it once was. He called me to the well one particular morning, wanting to show me something he said he'd been saving to share till he felt I was ready to understand it proper. He stood there at the edge of that well, same well he dug with his own hands all them decades before, and he said, "Silas, I want you to understand something about wells and about promises before I ain't able to tend this one no more myself." That struck me hard, my boy, hearing him speak so plain about his own passing, though he weren't sick or ailing particular at the time, just growing older, same as we all do eventually. He told me, "This well, it's dug deep enough now that it'll likely outlast both of us, Silas. Long after I'm gone, long after you're gone too someday, this well'll still be providing water for whoever tends it faithful. That's the nature of something built right, something promised true. It outlasts
the one who built it. I asked him, my voice a mite unsteady, what happens if I don't tend it faithful as you have? What if I let that promise slip? And he looked me steady, same patient look he'd always given me my whole life, and he said, then it'll still provide water, Silas, on account of the earth itself holds that water regardless, but it won't carry the same meaning no more. Won't teach the same lesson to whoever draws from it. That part, that's up to you now, and whoever comes after you. My father passed on some years after that conversation, my boy, peaceful in his sleep, same as I hope for all of us gathered here tonight. And I took up the tending of that well myself. Same faithful care he'd shown it his whole life. Same promise renewed every single morning. Checking for debris, keeping the rope and bucket in good repair, making certain that well stayed clean and clear for whoever might need it. I want to tell you, my boy, there's been more than one occasion since then when that well's provided for a family in need, same as it provided for the Hendersons all them years before. I recall a particular family, new settlers, arrived in our territory with barely enough supplies to make it through their first winter proper. Their own well weren't dug deep enough yet, water table trickier than they'd expected on their particular plot of land. I let them draw from ours, same as my father had done for others, same generous spirit passed down through our family generation after generation. And when that family finally got their own well dug deep and proper come spring, the husband come to me, same grateful, humbled way Henderson had approached my own father years before, trying to offer payment for all that water. I told him same words my father had told Henderson, near word for word, though I hadn't planned it that way particular. This well provided for my own family when we needed it most. Seems only right it keeps providing for others facing the same hardship. Just promise me you'll do the same someday for somebody else in need. He agreed, my boy, same as Henderson had agreed all them years before. And I believe, though I can't say for certain, that promise has likely traveled onward since then, too, family to family, same as water finding its way through whatever channel stays open to it.
Now, my boy, I want to tell you something particular about the physical well itself. Something my father explained to me once about why it's never run dry, even during the worst droughts this territory has ever faced. See, when he first dug it, he didn't stop at the first sign of water, same as some folks might have done, eager to finish the hard work of digging. He kept going another full week past that point, my boy, digging deeper still on account of he wanted to reach what he called the deep water, the kind that don't dry up easy even in the harshest drought. Shallow water, he told me once, it's easy to reach, but it's the first to disappear when times get hard. Deep water takes more effort to reach, more patience, more faith that it's there waiting if you just keep digging. But once you reach it, it don't fail you easy, not even in the hardest times.
I've thought on that many a time since, my boy, and I believe there's a lesson in it that goes far beyond just well digging. Same as that deep water my father worked so hard to reach, the things that matter most in life, real trust, real love, real faithfulness between family and neighbors, they take extra effort to build too, extra patience beyond what comes easy or quick. But once you've built something that deep, that solid, it don't fail easy either, not even when hard times come knocking. That well, my boy, it's taught this family more than just how to find water. It's taught us how to build something lasting, something faithful, something that provides not just for ourselves, but for whoever needs it, long after the ones who built it have passed on themselves. There's one more thing I want to tell you, my boy, about that well. Something that happened not so very long ago. Something that showed me plain just how far that promise my father made all them years before had traveled in ways none of us could have ever predicted or planned. A stranger come through our territory some months back, my boy, headed further west, same as many travelers do these days. He stopped at our well, drew himself some water, same as any traveler passing through might do. And as he drank, resting a spell in the shade, he got to talking with me, mentioning he'd stopped at another well some 50 miles back, where the family there had told him a curious thing. Said that family had told him their own well, dug generations back by their own grandfather, had a tradition tied to it. Never turn away a traveler needing water. Never charge for it. Just ask him to pass the same kindness onward someday to whoever they might meet needing the same help. Now, my boy, I don't know for certain if that family's tradition traced back to my own father's example, or if it sprung up independent, same generous spirit taking root in different families across this whole territory, each one arriving at the same wisdom on their own. But I like to believe, and I choose to believe, that kindness such as my father showed all them years ago, standing at the edge of that well he'd just finished digging, it's got a way of spreading far beyond what any one person could ever trace or measure. So there it is, my boy, whole family gathered close, rain still falling steady outside, same as it's fallen through every story we've told tonight. That old well out back, it's given this family and countless other families across this territory far more than just water to drink. It's given us a lesson in faithfulness, in patience, in generosity passed onward, family to family, generation to generation. I hope, my boy, someday when you're tending that well yourself, same as I've been tending it these many years, same as my father tended it before me, you'll remember this story and the promise tied to it. Not just to keep the well clean and clear, though that matters plenty, but to keep that same generous spirit alive, too. Same willingness to provide for whoever needs it without expecting nothing in return beyond a promise passed onward. Someday, my boy, your own children will draw water from that well,
same as you've drawn from it your whole life, same as I drew from it as a young boy myself, watching my own father tended faithful morning after morning. And I hope when that day comes, you'll tell them this very story, same as I've told it to you tonight, keeping that promise alive, generation to generation, same steady faithfulness that's carried this family through drought and hardship and every difficulty life's brought our way. Rest easy now, whole family, gathered close. That old well's sitting quiet out there in the dark, rain falling steady into it, same as always, deep and faithful, same as my father built it to be all them years ago. And we're warm and safe tonight, same as every family before us has found warmth and safety, drawn from wells both physical and otherwise, built faithful and deep by them who came before us. Good night, my boy. Good night, whole family. Sleep deep and sleep peaceful, same as that old well's provided peace and provision for this family, generation to generation, drop by faithful drop.
That evening, after supper, Grandma Eleanor called me over to the fireplace where she was mending one of Grandpa's old wool socks. The flames danced soft against the stone, throwing warm shadows across her weathered face. She didn't scold me for complaining. She simply smiled, that gentle smile of hers, and patted the chair beside her. "Come sit a spell, Eli," she said. "I reckon your heart's gotten so busy counting what's missing that it's forgotten how to notice what's still here." Now, I didn't rightly understand what she meant. All I could think about was how empty the pantry looked compared to better years. I crossed my arms and muttered that there wasn't much left to be thankful for. Grandma laid her needle aside. "Then let's count together." She pointed toward the old kettle hanging above the fire. "First blessing, we've got clean water boiling. There are families this winter melting dirty snow just to fill their cups." Then she nodded toward my little sister, asleep beneath Mama's quilt. "Second blessing, every soul in this house is alive tonight." I remember shifting uneasy in my chair. She wasn't finished. She spoke of the roof that kept out the snow, the firewood stacked by the back porch, the milk our old cow still gave every morning, and the neighbors who'd always wave if we needed a hand. Each one seemed ordinary, yet somehow, as she named them aloud, they began feeling less ordinary than before. By the time she'd counted 10 blessings, the room itself hadn't changed one bit. The pantry was still small, the winter was still cold, but somehow my heart felt lighter. Grandma smiled. "You see, child, gratitude don't change the season. It changes the soul that's walking through it." Those words settled deep inside me. I didn't know then just how often I'd remember 'em through the many winters still waiting ahead. The next morning, Grandma Eleanor handed each of us a small scrap of paper after breakfast. They weren't fancy, just pieces she'd cut from the blank edges of an old ledger Grandpa no longer used. "Every evening," she said, "before this fire burns low,
I want each one of you to write down one blessing from your day. I looked at the little paper and nearly laughed. Just one? I asked. She nodded. Some days you'll think there's only one. Other days you'll discover there were 20. But one is enough to teach your eyes where to look. At first, I thought the exercise seemed foolish. What good was writing down blessings when the cupboard shelves still echoed with emptiness? But Grandma had a way of asking things that made you want to try, even when you couldn't see the purpose. That first evening, my paper simply read, "The fire stayed warm all day." My sister wrote, "Mama sang while baking bread." Grandpa's note was shorter still. "The old mule came home." Grandma folded every little paper and placed it inside a weathered wooden box she'd kept on the mantel for years. Night after night, the box slowly filled. Some blessings were mighty small. A sunny afternoon after days of snow, a neighbor stopping by with fresh eggs, a pair of mittens finally patched enough to keep little fingers warm, Mama laughing at one of Grandpa's stories, the smell of pine drifting through the cabin after we'd brought in fresh firewood. The funny thing was, the more we searched for blessings, the easier they became to find. It was as though gratitude sharpened our eyes. The hardships hadn't disappeared. Money was still scarce. The meals were still plain. The winter winds still rattled every window in the cabin. But our conversations around the supper table slowly changed. Instead of speaking only about what worried us tomorrow, we began remembering what had quietly gone right today. One evening, after we'd all placed our papers inside the little wooden box, Grandma looked around the room with tears shimmering softly in her eyes. "My dear ones," she whispered, "a thankful heart is the warmest blanket the good Lord ever gave a family." None of us answered. We simply listened to the fire crackle, and somehow the cold outside didn't seem nearly so powerful anymore.
By the middle of February, the days had begun to stretch just a little longer. The sun lingered over the snowy fields for a few extra moments each afternoon, and every now and then we'd hear the faint drip of melting ice from the edge of the roof. It wasn't spring just yet, but it was enough to remind us that even the longest winters don't last forever. One chilly morning there came a gentle knock at our front door. When Mama opened it, we found our neighbor, Mr. Harper, standing there with a small sack of potatoes balanced on his shoulder. "They're not much," he said with a humble smile, "but we've been blessed with a few extra." Mama thanked him kindly and invited him in to warm himself by the fire. As they talked, Grandpa quietly disappeared into the pantry. A few minutes later, he returned carrying one of our precious jars of apple preserves. Now, I knew how valuable that jar was. We had only a handful left. I watched in surprise as Grandpa placed it into Mr. Harper's hands. "For your grandchildren," he said. "They'll enjoy this more than we will."
After our neighbor left, I couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, why'd we give away one of our best jars when we're already short ourselves?" He settled into his old rocking chair and looked toward Grandma Eleanor. She smiled before answering, "Because gratitude grows best when it's shared." Grandpa nodded. "If all you ever do is hold tightly to what you've got, fear becomes your master. But when you give, even a little, you're reminding your own heart that the Lord's blessings are meant to keep moving." Those words stayed with me. That evening, as I folded my daily blessing into the wooden box, I didn't write about the potatoes. I wrote, "Today I learned that generous people never seem poor." Grandma read the note with quiet eyes and gently squeezed my shoulder. "You've begun to understand," she whispered. Outside, the winter wind still howled across the fields, but inside that little cabin, something far greater than food had been filling our home. Hope. And somehow, hope made every meal taste a little richer. Before long, the hardest part of winter finally began to loosen its grip. The mornings were still crisp, but there was a softness in the air that hadn't been there for months. Tiny streams of meltwater trickled along the edges of the path, and every now and then we'd catch the cheerful song of a bird returning from its long journey south. One afternoon, Grandma Eleanor carried the little wooden box to the kitchen table. "It's time," she said with a gentle smile. The whole family gathered around. One by one, she opened the folded slips of paper we'd written throughout the winter. Some made us laugh. The cat chased its own tail all across the cabin. Others brought quiet smiles. Mama's bread smelled better than any feast. A few made our eyes fill with tears. Grandpa came home safe through the blizzard. As each blessing was read aloud, I realized something remarkable. I'd nearly forgotten many of those moments. At the time, they had seemed so small, but together they told the true story of our winter. Not a story of empty shelves or cold nights, not a story of fear, but a story of love, kindness, laughter, faith, and ordinary miracles woven into everyday life. Grandma carefully gathered the papers back into the box and rested her hands upon the lid. "My dear family," she said softly, "hard times have a way of asking us one question. What are you looking at? If you stare only at your troubles, they'll seem larger every day. But if you keep your eyes open for blessings, you'll discover the Lord has been walking beside you all along." No one spoke for a long while. The fire crackled quietly. Outside, the last patches of snow sparkled beneath the afternoon sun. Inside, our hearts felt warmer than they had all season. Looking back now, my boy, I don't remember every meal we ate that winter. I don't remember how many coins were left in Grandpa's pocket, but I remember that little box, and I remember the lesson it quietly held. Sometimes the richest family isn't the one with the fullest pantry. It's the one that never stops noticing the gifts already placed before them. Years drifted by, my boy, just as years always do. The little cabin eventually grew quieter. Children became grown folks with families of their own. New houses were built, old fences replaced, and many of the faces I loved became cherished memories carried only in my heart. Yet through every season of my life, one simple habit refused to leave me. Every evening, before turning in for the night, I'd pause for a moment and count my blessings. Not because every day was easy. Lord knows it wasn't. There were seasons of loss. There were harvests that disappointed. There were good friends laid to rest beneath old oak trees, and nights when worry kept sleep far away. But Grandma Eleanor had taught me something far stronger than optimism. She had taught me perspective. Whenever life felt heavy, I'd ask myself the same question she'd asked me beside that fireplace all those years ago. What still remains? There was almost always an answer. A faithful wife sitting beside me, children whose laughter filled the yard, rain after a dry spell, a warm cup of coffee before sunrise, strong enough hands to do honest work. Even in old age, when those hands became slower and my steps less certain, blessings never stopped arriving. They simply changed their shape. A quiet morning, a letter from an old friend, a grandchild's hug, the sound of rain on the roof while the fire burned safely inside. Funny thing about gratitude, my boy, the more years you live, the less it depends on what you own, and the more it depends on who you become. I've met wealthy men who never believed they had enough, and I've known humble families who smiled through seasons far harder than mine because they understood that joy isn't measured by abundance, it's measured by appreciation. Grandma Eleanor never preached long sermons. She never spoke with fancy words. She simply lived a thankful life and invited the rest of us to do the same. Looking back now, I reckon that's one of the greatest gifts anyone can leave behind. Not land, not money, but a way of seeing the world that makes every ordinary day feel like a blessing. Now, my boy, as this rainy evening settles deeper outside and the fire burns low beside us, I find myself thinking once more about that little wooden box Grandma Eleanor kept upon the mantel. Truth be told, it wasn't the box itself that mattered. It was what it reminded us to notice. Life has a curious way of drawing our eyes toward what's missing. The fence that needs mending, the bills yet to be unpaid, the dreams still out of reach, the aches that come with age. If we're not careful, we can spend so much time counting our burdens that we forget to count the quiet gifts sitting right beside them. Grandma Eleanor understood something that took me many years to fully appreciate. A grateful heart doesn't deny sorrow.
It simply refuses to let sorrow tell the whole story. Even now, after all these years, sometimes I catch myself doing exactly what I did as that impatient 10-year-old boy. I start focusing on what isn't going my way. Then, almost as if I can still hear her gentle voice across the decades, I remember, let's count together. So I do. I thank the good Lord for another sunrise, for the smell of fresh coffee drifting through the kitchen, for the rain tapping softly on the roof, for memories of those who've gone before me, for family, for friendship, for another day to try again. Those blessings don't erase life's troubles, but they remind me that goodness has never stopped walking beside us. Maybe tonight, before you lay your head upon your pillow, you'll try the same little habit. You don't need a fancy journal. You don't need perfect words. Just pause for a moment and think of one good thing from today. Perhaps someone smiled at you. Perhaps you enjoyed a warm meal. Perhaps you simply made it through a difficult day with your courage still intact. Write it down if you'd like, or simply carry it quietly in your heart. If you keep doing that day after day, year after year, I reckon you'll discover exactly what Grandma Eleanor taught our family during that long winter. The richest life isn't built by gathering more, it's built by noticing more. Well now, the rain's still whispering outside, and these old bones of mine are telling me it's about time to rest. Thank you kindly for spending another peaceful evening here beside the fire with me. Until next time, my boy, may your heart stay gentle, your home stay warm, and may you never run out of blessings to count. Good night, and God bless.
Now, my boy, pull your chair a little closer to the fire if you don't mind. The rain's tapping gentle against the cabin roof tonight, and that sound always has a way of carrying old memories back to me. Some memories arrive loud as thunder, while others drift in as quietly as the smell of fresh bread cooling on a windowsill. The one I've been thinking about this evening happened when I was no more than 11 years old. It was the spring Grandpa Samuel taught me that sometimes the finest thing a person can plant ain't corn or wheat or beans. Sometimes the most important thing you can plant is hope. Now, I know that may sound like the sort of thing an old man says after too many years of watching seasons come and go, but I promise you, by the time tonight's story comes to its end, I believe you'll understand exactly what he meant. You see, the winter before that spring had been unusually cruel. Snow had lingered well into March, refusing to leave the hills long after everyone believed warmer days ought to have arrived. The creek overflowed twice before the frost had even finished melting, and when the ground finally softened enough to work, it turned into a sea of thick, heavy mud. Every farmer for miles around wore the same worried look. From our front porch, I could see neighbors standing beside their fields, boots sinking into the wet earth, quietly shaking their heads. Too much rain, one would mutter. The seed'll rot before it ever sprouts, another would answer. Even at 11 years old, I could feel the weight settling over the whole valley. Adults spoke softer that spring. Conversations stopped whenever children wandered too close. Mama and Grandma counted every sack of flour more carefully than before. Grandpa Samuel still smiled, but I noticed he spent longer sitting on the porch each evening, watching the clouds drift across the western sky. One afternoon, I found him sharpening his old hoe beneath the maple tree. "Grandpa," I asked, "are we gonna lose the farm?" He paused for a moment before laying the whetstone aside. "I surely hope not." That wasn't the answer I'd expected. I'd expected him to say no, to promise everything would be fine. Instead, he simply stood, brushed the dirt from his trousers, and rested a hand upon my shoulder. "Eli, there's a mighty big difference between knowing and hoping." I frowned. "I don't understand." He chuckled softly. "I reckon you will." The next morning, before the rooster had even finished crowing, Grandpa woke me. The sky was still painted in shades of blue and gray. The air smelled of wet soil, fresh pine, and the first blossoms peeking from the apple trees. We hitched the old mule to the wagon and started toward the lower field. I expected we'd be planting corn. After all, that's what every farmer did once spring finally arrived. But halfway there, Grandpa turned the wagon toward the smallest field on our land, a patch we'd hardly planted in years. "Why are we going here?" I asked. He smiled beneath the brim of his worn hat. "Because everyone expects us to do what everyone else is doing." He climbed down, scooped a handful of damp earth into his palm, and let it crumble slowly through his fingers. "This ground's tired. So are the folks around us." Then he looked across the valley, where smoke curled gently from distant chimneys. "They're all waiting for perfect weather." He smiled, that quiet smile only wise old farmers seem to have. "But hope, my boy, hope don't wait for perfect weather." I didn't fully understand what he meant, not yet, because the very next thing Grandpa Samuel decided to do would leave not only me, but nearly every neighbor in the valley completely speechless. The next morning arrived beneath a sky still heavy with gray clouds. A cool breeze carried the smell of damp earth across the valley, and the fields glistened from another night of steady rain. Most folks stayed close to home, waiting for the weather to change before risking another day's work. But Grandpa Samuel had other plans. Before the sun had climbed above the eastern ridge, he'd already loaded the wagon with seed sacks, shovels, and a bundle wrapped carefully in an old flour cloth. I climbed aboard beside him, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "Grandpa," I asked, "are we finally planting corn today?" He gave the mule a gentle click of his tongue and smiled. "We're planting something far more important first." His answer only deepened my curiosity. As we rolled along the muddy road, we passed neighbor after neighbor standing at the edges of their soaked fields. Most wore the same troubled expression. Old Mr. Collins leaned against his fence and called out, "Morning, Samuel. You reckon this rain's ever gonna quit?" Grandpa tipped his hat politely. "When it's ready." Mr. Collins laughed, though there wasn't much joy behind it. "Ain't much comfort in that answer." "No, but worry won't dry the ground either." We continued until we reached the small field near the creek. Instead of unloading the corn seed, Grandpa untied the flour cloth. Inside were dozens of tiny paper packets. Each one had been folded by hand. "What are those?" I asked. He handed me one. Inside were flower seeds, wildflowers, blue lupins, black-eyed Susans, purple coneflowers, golden coreopsis. Flowers, not crops. I blinked in surprise. "Grandpa, why are we planting flowers?" He knelt beside the muddy earth and pressed a handful of seeds into my palm. "Because people need beauty almost as much as they need bread." I stared at him, certain I'd misheard. "But flowers don't fill the pantry." "No," he agreed, "but they can keep a weary heart from going empty." Those words stayed with me as we worked. Row after row, we scattered seeds across the forgotten corner of the farm. The work wasn't difficult, but it felt strangely important. Every handful seemed like a quiet promise placed into the soil. By noonday, a few neighbors had wandered over. They stood watching from the fence line. One finally called out, "Samuel, have you lost your senses?" Another chuckled. "Seems to me flowers ought to be the last thing a hungry farmer worries about." Grandpa rested on his shovel for a moment before answering. "Maybe so, but if all we ever plant is fear," he looked across the silent valley, "that's all we'll harvest." The men exchanged puzzled glances. Some shook their heads. A few laughed softly before walking away. I remember feeling embarrassed. I wished Grandpa would explain himself. I wished he'd plant corn like everyone else. Instead, he simply smiled, picked up another handful of flower seeds, and kept planting. As the afternoon sun briefly broke through the clouds, tiny rays of light spilled across the wet field. Grandpa looked toward the sky and whispered almost to himself, "Hope has to be planted before you can ever expect it to bloom. I didn't understand those words then, but before that spring had come to an end, the entire valley would. The days that followed settled into a familiar rhythm, my boy. Each morning, Grandpa Samuel and I walked the fields before breakfast. The grass grew a little greener with each passing sunrise, and the robins hopped across the fence rails, and the air carried that fresh scent only spring can bring, a mixture of damp earth, wild herbs, and new beginnings. Still, the rain refused to leave for long very well. Whenever the ground began to dry, another shower would drift across the valley before sunset. The cornfields remained too wet to plant. Every passing day made the farmers more uneasy. One evening, while we were repairing a section of split-rail fence, I heard two neighbors talking on the road. If this keeps up another week, one sighed, there won't be much of a harvest this year. I've already started wondering how we'll make it through winter. Their voices faded into the distance, but their worries stayed with me. That night, while we sat around the supper table, I finally asked the question that had been weighing on my mind. Grandpa, aren't you scared? Mama looked up from her bowl. Grandma Eleanor paused her knitting. Even the room seemed to grow quieter. Grandpa folded his hands before answering. Of course I get scared. The honesty of his answer surprised me. I thought brave people weren't afraid. He smiled warmly. No, son. Brave people simply refuse to let fear make their decisions. Those words settled into the room like glowing embers falling from the fireplace. After supper, Grandpa invited me outside. The rain had finally stopped, leaving the sky clear enough for hundreds of stars to appear above the valley. We walked toward the little patch where we'd planted the flower seeds. Nothing had bloomed yet. Only tiny green shoots were beginning to push through the dark soil. Grandpa knelt beside one of them. See this little sprout? I nodded. It doesn't know another storm's coming. It simply keeps growing. He gently brushed a bit of mud away from its leaves. Nature's got a way of teaching lessons if we're willing to pay attention. I looked across the quiet field. So, hope grows the same way? He chuckled softly. Exactly. It doesn't wait until life feels certain. It grows anyway. A gentle breeze rustled through the young trees. Somewhere beyond the pasture, an owl called into the night. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then Grandpa reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small cloth pouch. Inside were more seeds, vegetable seeds this time. Beans, squash, pumpkins. We'll plant these soon, but first I wanted you to learn something. What's that? He smiled beneath the moonlight. Before a farmer trusts the ground with his seed, he has to trust tomorrow. I looked at the little sprouts pushing through the mud. They were fragile, so easy to overlook, yet somehow they were proof that life had already begun working beneath the surface long before anyone could truly see it. Years later, I'd come to realize that people aren't much different. The greatest changes often begin quietly, long before anyone notices them. And although the valley still had no idea what Grandpa Samuel was trying to teach, the first signs of that lesson had already started to bloom. A week passed, my boy, and at last the rain gave the valley a chance to breathe. The sun rose bright and warm for 3 mornings in a row, and little by little the fields began to dry. Everywhere you looked, farmers hurried from dawn until dusk, trying to make up for the time the weather had stolen. From our porch we could hear wagons rattling down the road before sunrise. The whole valley seemed to wake with a renewed sense of purpose. "This is our chance," Mama said, as she handed Grandpa a basket filled with biscuits wrapped in a clean towel. Grandpa nodded. "It surely is." That morning, I figured we'd spend every waking hour planting corn. Instead, Grandpa did something that puzzled me once again. Before heading to our own fields, he loaded 2 extra sacks of seed onto the wagon. "Those aren't ours," I said. "No," he replied. "They belong to the Wilson family." I frowned. "But if we're already behind," he smiled without slowing his work. "Then all the more reason to lend a hand." The Wilson farm sat nearly a mile down the road. When we arrived, we found Mr. Wilson standing alone in the field, trying his best to guide an old plow through the sticky earth. His youngest son had been sick for nearly a week, and there simply weren't enough hands to finish the planting in time. The moment Mr. Wilson saw Grandpa, relief spread across his tired face. "Samuel, I wasn't expecting company." Grandpa climbed down from the wagon. "Good thing hope don't wait for an invitation." Without another word, he picked up a shovel and went straight to work. I followed close behind. Hour after hour, we planted side by side. The sun climbed higher. Our boots grew heavy with mud. Sweat rolled down our faces despite the cool spring breeze. Not once did Grandpa complain. Around noon, Mrs. Wilson carried out a simple lunch of fresh bread, cheese, and buttermilk. "It isn't much," she apologized. Grandpa smiled kindly. "It's more than enough." As we ate beneath the shade of a large oak tree, Mr. Wilson quietly asked Grandpa, "Samuel, don't you worry you're losing precious time on your own farm?" Grandpa took a slow sip of buttermilk before answering. "I've learned something over the years. A valley grows stronger when neighbors stop counting whose field comes first." Those words settled over the table in thoughtful silence. When our work was finally finished, Mr. Wilson grasped Grandpa's hand with both of his. "I don't know how to repay you." Grandpa simply shook his head. "You already will."
How? The first time someone else needs help, you'll remember today. As we rode home beneath the golden light of evening, I looked back at the Wilson farm. Their freshly planted rows stretched neatly across the hillside. It felt good. Not because we'd earned anything, but because we'd shared the burden. Grandpa noticed me smiling. Feels different, don't it? I nodded. It does. He chuckled softly. That's another thing hope does. It spreads. You plant a little in one place, and before long, it's growing somewhere else too. At that moment, I thought he was only talking about crops. Many years later, I realized he had been talking about people.
By the time May settled over the valley, my boy, the countryside had begun to change in ways no one could have imagined just a few weeks earlier. The muddy roads that hardened beneath the warm spring sun, the orchards shimmered with blossoms, and the fields that had once looked hopeless now stretched across the hills in neat rows of tender green. Every morning, Grandpa Samuel and I made our rounds before breakfast. We checked the corn first. Tiny shoots had finally broken through the soil, strong, healthy, full of promise. Then we'd wander over to the little patch where we'd scattered the wildflower seeds. At first, there had only been leaves. Now, small bursts of color had begun appearing among the green. Bright yellow, deep purple, soft blue, little flashes of beauty dancing gently whenever the breeze swept across the field. I found myself smiling every time we visited. One Saturday afternoon, several children from neighboring farms wandered over while their parents worked nearby. One little girl gasped the moment she saw the flowers. "They're beautiful!" She carefully picked a single bloom and tucked it behind her little sister's ear. Before long, the children were laughing, chasing butterflies, and weaving tiny flower crowns while their parents rested beneath the shade of the old maple trees. It was the first carefree laughter I'd heard in the valley all spring. Grandpa watched quietly from the porch. He didn't say a word. He simply smiled. Later that evening, I asked him, "Did you know this would happen?" He shook his head. "No, I only hoped it might." He reached down and picked up one fallen blossom from the ground. "You see this flower?" I nodded. "It'll probably be gone in a few days. It may be carried away. The rain may wash it into the creek. But while it's here, it reminds folks that beauty still has a place in difficult seasons." Those words stayed with me as we walked back toward the barn. The valley was changing, not just because crops were finally growing. People were changing too. Neighbors who'd spent weeks speaking only of fear were beginning to smile again. Families lingered longer after Sunday church. Children played together in the evenings. Folks started sharing seeds, tools, and meals without being asked. One evening, Mr. Collins stopped by carrying a fresh loaf of bread. He said, "I figured we'd thank you proper." Grandpa looked puzzled. "For what?" Mr. Collins chuckled for reminding the rest of us that we forgot how to hope. Grandpa accepted the bread, but quickly handed half of it back. Then let's share the thanks. As the sun dipped below the hills, casting long golden shadows across the fields, I realized something I'd never noticed before. Hope wasn't loud. It didn't arrive with fanfare or grand speeches. It spread quietly, one kind act, one encouraging word, one helping hand, one small flower at a time. And though none of us could see it then, that little patch of wildflowers would become a place the valley remembered for many years to come. Summer settled gently over the valley, my boy, and before long the corn stood taller than I was. The bean vines wrapped themselves around their poles. The pumpkin leaves spread wide across the garden, and every morning the air carried the sweet smell of clover and freshly cut hay. Life had found its steady rhythm once again. From sunrise until the evening stars appeared, every family worked with grateful hearts. Looking back now, what I remember most isn't the harvest itself. It's how people treated one another after that difficult spring. Something had changed. Neighbors who once hurried past each other now stopped to ask, "How's your family doing?" If someone finished bringing in their hay early, they'd hitch up their wagon and help the next farm. When a widow's fence blew down in a summer storm, half the valley arrived the following morning with hammers, saws, and fresh-cut rails. No one sent invitations. No one expected payment. They simply came. One evening, Grandpa and I were repairing the old porch swing when I noticed Mr. Collins driving his wagon toward our house. This time, instead of worry on his face, he wore a broad smile. He climbed down carrying a small apple sapling wrapped carefully in damp burlap. "I'd like you to have this," he said. Grandpa looked surprised. "For what reason?" Mr. Collins chuckled. "Because every time I look at your flowers, I remember that hope ought to keep growing." He handed Grandpa the little tree. "I figured maybe someday a child who ain't even been born yet will sit beneath its shade." Grandpa turned the tiny sapling over in his hands, his eyes shining in the evening light. "That's a mighty fine gift." "No," Mr. Collins replied softly. "You gave the valley the first one." The next morning, Grandpa and I planted the apple tree near the edge of the flower meadow. As we filled the hole with rich, dark soil, I asked, "Do you think we'll live long enough to see this tree become as big as the old maple?" Grandpa smiled. "Maybe, maybe not. But that's never been the point of planting trees." He pressed the earth firmly around the young trunk. "A wise person plants some things they'll never personally enjoy." I looked up at him. "Why?" He rested both hands on the shovel and gazed across the valley. "Because love always thinks farther ahead than fear."
Those words stayed with me through every stage of my life. Years later, when I planted trees of my own, I finally understood. You don't plant them only for yourself. You plant them for grandchildren you'll someday rock to sleep beneath their branches. You plant them for strangers who will need shade on a hot afternoon. You plant them because someone before you once did the very same. As the sun slipped below the western hills that evening, the little apple tree stood quietly beside the blooming wildflowers. Neither one looked particularly impressive. Both were still small. Both would require years of patience. Yet together they carried a promise that the best things in life rarely grow overnight.
Well now, my boy, the fire's burning low. Listen to that rain outside. Funny, ain't it? No matter how many years pass, the sound of rain still carries me back to that spring when Grandpa Samuel planted hope instead of corn. I've thought about that season more times than I could ever count. Not because it was the easiest spring of my childhood. Truth be told, it was one of the most uncertain. None of us knew whether the crops would grow. None of us knew if there'd be enough food for the coming winter. Every family carried worries they rarely spoke aloud. And yet, when I close my eyes today, I don't remember the fear first. I remember the flowers. I remember children laughing among them. I remember neighbors helping neighbors without being asked. I remember an old farmer who believed that a hopeful heart could be just as important as a full barn. As I grew older, life gave me more difficult seasons than I ever expected. There were years when storms damaged the fields, years when sickness visited our home, years when saying goodbye to people I loved felt almost too heavy to bear. Each time I'd find myself asking the same question Grandpa once asked me. What are you planting today? If I planted bitterness, that's what grew. If I planted anger, that spread quickly enough. But whenever I chose kindness, or patience, or faith, or simple hope, those little seeds always seemed to reach farther than I could ever see. That's the curious thing about goodness. You rarely witness all the lives it touches. A smile offered to a stranger, a loaf of bread shared with a neighbor, a few encouraging words spoken at just the right moment. You may never know how far those gifts travel. Grandpa Samuel surely didn't. He thought he was only planting a patch of wildflowers. What he truly planted was a different way of living, one that spread from family to family, season after season. Even now, whenever spring returns and I see the first wildflowers pushing through the earth after a long winter, I tip my hat, think of him. not because of the flowers themselves, but because they remind me that hope has always been strongest when it quietly blooms in ordinary places. So before we call it a night, my boy, I'd like to leave you with the same little question Grandpa left me all those years ago. Tomorrow morning, when you step into a brand new day, what will you choose to plant? A kind word? A forgiving heart? A helping hand? A little patience with someone who's struggling? Whatever it may be, plant it generously. You never know whose life might bloom because of it. Well, the fire's nearly out now, and these old bones are ready for a little rest. Thank you kindly for spending another peaceful evening here beside the hearth with me. Until we meet again, may your days be gentle, your table always have room for one more guest, and may you never be afraid to plant hope even when the skies are still gray. Good night, my boy, and God bless you. Now, my boy, gather in close once more. Whole family together, rain falling steady, same as always. On account of I got another one for you tonight. This time about Sundays, and why my own grandfather held that particular day so different from every other day of the week, stricter about it than near any other rule I ever knew him to keep. See, in them days, my boy, 6 days out of every 7 belonged to hard labor, sun up to sundown, same grinding rhythm of chores and farming and surviving that most folks in this territory knew all too well. But Sunday, my boy, Sunday belonged to something else entire, and my grandfather guarded that difference fierce, same as he guarded near everything else that mattered to this family. I recollect being a young boy, full of energy and mischief, same as most boys are, chomping at the bit come Sunday morning to run off and play, same as I might on any ordinary day. But my grandfather, he'd catch me by the collar, gentle but firm, and he'd say, "Silas, Sunday ain't for running wild, same as other days. Sunday's for resting proper, for remembering what matters most, for letting your whole self catch up to where your body's already been all week." Now, I didn't understand that distinction as a boy, my boy, same as I didn't understand plenty of my grandfather's wisdom till I'd grown considerable older myself. Seemed to me resting was resting, whether it happened on Sunday or any other day the Lord made. But my grandfather, he had a particular way of explaining things that always stuck with me. And he sat me down one particular Sunday morning when I was fussing something fierce about wanting to go fishing, same as any regular day. And he told me exactly why Sunday needed to feel different. He said, "Silas, if every day feels the same, a man loses track of time passing at all, loses track of the seasons of his own life, same as he might lose track of seasons in the fields if he never marked the planting from the harvesting. Sunday, boy, it's a marker. It tells the whole family, plain as anything, that one whole day out of 7 belongs to something higher than just surviving and laboring. I aim to tell you exactly what that Sunday looking different meant, practical and plain, and why my grandfather believed it mattered so much for keeping this family steady through all manner of hardship over the years. Now the difference started the moment Sunday morning broke, my boy, and it started with what we wore. Every other day of the week we dressed plain and practical. Same worn work clothes suited for chores and labor. But come Sunday, my grandmother would have our one good set of clothes laid out and ready, cleaned and mended careful the evening before, so that when we rose Sunday morning, we dressed different from any other day. I asked my grandfather once why this mattered so much, seeing his clothes were just clothes far as I could tell. And he told me, "Silas, what you wear on your body, it speaks to your own mind, whether you notice it or not. Dress the same every single day, and your mind starts believing every day's the same too. But dress different come Sunday, and something in you sits up and takes notice, same as your body straightens when you put on something fine." And it weren't just the clothes, my boy. The meals were different too. Every other day we ate simple and practical, whatever the garden and the animals provided, prepared quick so as not to steal too much time from the day's labor. But Sunday dinner, my grandmother took particular care with it. Usually the best meal of the whole week, cooked slow and deliberate, serving it not in any rush, but with the whole family gathered proper round the table, taking our time over every bite. I remember one particular Sunday, my boy, when I was maybe 8 years old, complaining that Sunday dinner took too long, that I wanted to finish quick so I could go play with my friends from the neighboring farm. My grandmother, patient as she always was, she told me, "Silas, 6 days a week we eat quick, on account there's always more work waiting. Sunday we eat slow, on account there ain't nothing more important waiting than being right here together, enjoying each other's company proper." That lesson took me considerable time to fully understand, my boy, same as many of my grandfather's and grandmother's lessons took time to settle deep. But I've come to believe, looking back now with all these years behind me, that this deliberate slowness on Sunday, there was another particular way Sunday differed from every other day, my boy. And this one, I believe, held even more importance than the clothes or the meals, though both of them mattered plenty in their own right. Sunday afternoon, once the morning's more formal observances were finished, was set aside entire for what my grandfather called unhurried time. Time with no chores demanding attention, no particular task requiring completion, just time itself, free and open, for the family to spend however felt most natural. Now, my boy, this might not sound like anything particularly remarkable to you, living in times where perhaps such unhurried time comes more regular than it did in my own boyhood. But you gotta understand, in them days, unhurried time was a rare and precious thing indeed. 6 days out of 7, there was always something needing doing,
Animals to tend, crops to work, wood to chop, water to haul. A farm don't take Sundays off just on account of the calendar says so. But my grandfather insisted, fierce as any rule he ever kept, that Sunday afternoon belonged to something different entire. He'd sit outside if the weather allowed, sometimes just staring out at the horizon, sometimes talking quiet with my grandmother about nothing particular important, sometimes just resting his eyes a spell, letting his whole body catch up from a week's worth of hard labor. I recall asking him once, "Grandpa, don't it feel wasteful sitting around doing nothing particular when there's always something that could be done instead?" And he looked at me steady, same patient look he always gave me when explaining something important. And he said, "Silas, a man who never rests proper, he wears down faster than a man who rests deliberate. Same as a tool wears down faster if you never set it aside to cool between using it. This unhurried time, it ain't wasteful. It's what keeps a man able to keep working hard the other 6 days without breaking down entire from exhaustion." I've come to believe that wisdom myself, my boy, watching my own body and spirit respond different when I honor some manner of true rest compared to when I push myself relentless day after day without ever pausing proper to let myself catch up. Now, my boy, I want to tell you about a particular Sunday, one that showed me plain just how important this different rhythm truly was, not just for resting the body, but for resting something deeper too, something harder to name, but just as real as physical tiredness. This happened during a particular hard season, my boy, when I was maybe 13 or 14, old enough to carry real responsibility on the farm, young enough still to feel overwhelmed by that responsibility more than I let on to anybody. We'd had a string of difficult weeks, crops struggling, and animals sick that required constant tending, and I remember feeling stretched thin in ways I didn't yet have words for, my boy, same as young folks often feel overwhelmed without quite understanding what's happening inside them. Come Sunday that particular week, I remember feeling resistant even to the unhurried time my grandfather insisted upon, my mind still racing with worry over all the tasks waiting for me come Monday. I sat there that Sunday afternoon fidgety and distracted, unable to truly settle into the rest everybody else seemed to be enjoying around me. My grandfather noticed, my boy, same as he always seemed to notice when something weighed heavier on a body than they let on. He come and sat beside me, quiet at first, just resting alongside me without demanding I explain myself. And after a spell, he said, "Silas, your body's resting today, but I can see your mind's still working as hard as ever. That ain't true Sunday rest, boy. True rest means letting your whole self pause, mind included, not just your hands and your back." I told him, my boy, admitting finally what had been weighing on me, all them worries about the crops, about that sick animal, about whether I was handling my responsibilities proper. And my grandfather listened close, same patient way he always listened. And when he finished, he said something I've carried with me my whole life since. He said, "Silas, worry's like a fire. Feed it constant, day and night, without ever letting it rest some, and it'll burn a body down to nothing, same as a fire burns through wood if you never let it settle to embers. Sunday, boy, is meant to let that fire settle some, so you got something left to burn come Monday morning, instead of showing up already burnt clean through." That conversation changed something in me, my boy. Taught me that true rest required letting go of worry, too, not just physical labor. And this weekly practice my grandfather insisted upon, it served a purpose far deeper than simple physical recovery.
I want to tell you now, my boy, about how my grandmother approached this same Sunday difference, on account of she had her own particular way of making the day feel set apart, distinct from a husband's approach, but working alongside it just as important. See, my grandfather focused mostly on rest and unhurried time, letting the body and mind pause from their weekly labors. But my grandmother, she focused on something she called remembering time. And I believe this piece mattered every bit as much as the rest in itself. Every Sunday evening, once the unhurried afternoon had passed and supper had been enjoyed together, my grandmother would gather the whole family and share stories, same as I've been sharing with you tonight, but specifically about our own family's history, our own particular journey and struggles and triumphs across the generations. She used to say, 6 days a week, we're too busy living our lives to properly remember where we come from. Sunday evening, we pause and remember, so we don't lose track of the whole journey that brought us to exactly where we're standing now. I recall these Sunday evening story times fondly, my boy, learning about my great-grandparents, about hardships overcome, about lessons learned through difficult seasons long before I was ever born. And I believe, looking back now, that this practice served a purpose similar to what I'm doing right now, telling you and your own children these very same kinds of stories, keeping our family's memory alive and vibrant, rather than letting it fade quiet into forgetfulness. My grandmother explained it to me once, why she believed this remembering mattered so particularly on Sundays specifically. She said, "Silas, when you're tired and worn from a hard week's labor, that's exactly when a body needs reminding of something bigger than just the immediate struggle. Remembering where we come from, all the hardships this family's already overcome, it gives strength for whatever hardship might still be coming." I've found that true myself, my boy, many a time over the years, drawing strength from remembering my own grandparents' struggles and triumphs, same as I hope you'll draw strength someday from remembering these stories I'm sharing with you and your family tonight. Now, my boy, there's a particular Sunday I want to tell you about, one that combined both this resting and this remembering in a way that taught me something profound about why my grandparents held this day so sacred and different from all the rest. This happened during the same hard season I mentioned before,
not long after that conversation with my grandfather about letting worry rest alongside the body. That particular Sunday evening, my grandmother gathered us for our usual remembering time, but this particular evening, she chose to tell a story I hadn't heard before about a season in her own girlhood when her family faced something remarkably similar to what we were facing that year. Struggling crops, sick animals, worry stretched thin across every member of the household. She told us how her own mother, my great-grandmother, had insisted even more fierce than usual on honoring Sunday rest during that particular hard season, despite the practical pressure to work through every single day trying to salvage what they could. And when my grandmother, just a girl herself at the time, had questioned this insistence, same as I'd questioned my own grandfather, her mother had told her something remarkably similar to what my grandfather had told me. My mother said, my grandmother told us that evening, hard seasons are exactly when Sunday rest matters most, not less. When times are easy, skipping a day of true rest don't cost you near as much. But when times are hard, when worry and labor both press heavy upon a family, that's precisely when pausing proper.
I want to tell you, my boy, about how this particular hard season eventually resolved itself, and how I believe our family's steady commitment to honoring Sunday different, even during the hardest weeks, helped carry us through to the other side of that difficulty. See, that season did eventually improve, same as most hard seasons eventually do, though it took longer and required more patience than any of us particularly wanted at the time. The sick animal recovered slow but steady, thanks to careful, patient tending throughout them difficult weeks. The crops, though they never fully recovered from whatever blight had struck them that particular season, still yielded enough to see us through the winter that followed, if just barely enough. And I remember looking back on that whole difficult stretch that our family emerged from it feeling battered but not broken, tired but not despairing, same as I believe happens when a family maintains some manner of steadiness, even if that steadiness feels difficult or even foolish in the immediate moment of crisis. I've watched this truth play out multiple times across my own life since then, my boy, in various hardships I've faced myself, and I've come to believe firmly in the wisdom of maintaining certain steady practices, certain rhythms of rest and remembering, even when, especially when, circumstances tempt a body to abandon such practices entire in favor of relentless, unbroken labor and worry. Now, my boy, I want to explain something particular about why I believe this Sunday difference mattered so much for keeping this family's spirit strong across so many generations, beyond just the practical benefits of rest and remembering that I've already described. My grandfather used to say that Sunday served as a kind of anchor point, something steady and unchanging that the whole family could rely upon, regardless of whatever chaos or hardship the other 6 days might bring. He explained it to me once using an image I've never forgotten, my boy.
He said, "Silas, think on a ship out on rough waters. Even the sturdiest ship, it needs an anchor sometimes, something steady to hold on to when the storms threaten to toss it about entire. Sunday, boy, it's this family's anchor. No matter how rough the other 6 days might get, we know Sunday's coming, steady and unchanging, same rhythm every single week." I've thought on that image many a time since, my boy, and I believe it captures something essential about why this practice mattered so deeply to my grandparents, and why I've tried faithful to carry it forward myself with your own mother and you children, despite how much times have changed since my own boyhood. Life, my boy, it's unpredictable and often difficult, same as every generation of this family has discovered in their own particular way. Crops fail, animals sicken, unexpected hardships arise that no amount of careful planning can fully prevent. But amidst all that unpredictability, having one steady, unchanging rhythm, one day set apart, deliberate from all the rest, it provides something stable to hold on to, same as that anchor holds a ship steady amidst rough waters. I want to tell you now, my boy, about how I've tried to carry this same tradition forward with your own family, adapting it somewhat to fit our own particular circumstances, while still honoring the essential wisdom my grandparents passed down to me all them years ago. I recall when you were just a small boy yourself, beginning to establish this same Sunday difference within our own household. Same rhythm, a different clothes, different meals, unhurried afternoon time and evening remembrance stories, same as I experienced in my own childhood. I remember you questioning this practice yourself, same as I once questioned my own grandfather, wondering why Sunday needed to feel so different from every other day. And I explained to you, same as my grandfather explained to me, about anchors and steady rhythms and the importance of pausing proper, body and mind both, even especially during difficult seasons. I believe, watching you grow into the man you've become, that this practice has served you well, same as it served me, same as it served my own grandfather before that. I've noticed how you maintain steadiness even during your own hard seasons, how you honor rest and remembering even when circumstances might tempt you toward abandoning such practices entirely in favor of relentless labor and worry. And now, my boy, watching you begin establishing this same tradition with your own children, my grandchildren, I feel a particular satisfaction knowing that this wisdom my grandfather and grandmother passed down to me, it continues flowing forward, generation after generation, same as so many other traditions we've discussed across all these evenings together. Now, my boy, I want to share with you something particular my own father told me, your great-grandfather Elias, about why he believed this Sunday tradition mattered even beyond what my grandfather had originally taught him. He added his own particular understanding to it, my boy, building upon what he'd learned from his own father, same as each generation seems to add their own layer of wisdom to traditions passed down from before. My father told me once, "Silas, my own father taught me that Sunday provides rest and remembering, and that's true enough, valuable enough on its own. But I've come to believe it provides something else too, something particular important for raising children proper." I asked him what he meant by that, my boy, and he explained, "Children, they learn what matters most to a family, not just from what we tell them directly, but how we spend our time, what we choose to prioritize, even when circumstances might justify neglecting such priorities in favor of relentless labor and worry." I've thought on that wisdom many a time since, my boy, watching you and your sister grow up within this same tradition, and now watching you begin passing it forward to your own children. I believe my father was right, that children absorb such lessons not merely through direct instruction, but through witnessing what their parents choose to prioritize, even when circumstances make such priorities inconvenient or seemingly impractical. This Sunday difference, my boy, it's taught every generation of this family something about what truly matters, not just relentless labor and survival, though such things matter plenty in their own right, but also rest and remembering and maintaining connection with each other and with our own family's history, regardless of whatever hardships the world outside might bring our way. I want to tell you, my boy, about a particular conversation I had with your own mother many years back now, when we were first establishing our own household together, deciding how we might honor various family traditions passed down from both our own families. Your mother, she'd grown up with her own particular Sunday traditions, somewhat different from what I'd experienced in my own childhood, though sharing the same essential spirit of rest and remembering. We spent considerable time, my boy, discussing how we might blend these traditions together, honoring what mattered most from both our own upbringings, while creating something uniquely our own for the family we were building together. I remember your mother saying something particular wise during that conversation, something I've carried with me since. She said, "Silas, traditions ain't meant to stay frozen exact the same across every generation. They're meant to carry forward their essential spirit while adapting somewhat to fit each new generation's particular circumstances and needs. What matters most ain't that we do exactly what your grandfather did, or exactly what my own parents did, but that we honor the same essential wisdom, rest, remembering, steady rhythm amidst life's inevitable chaos." I've found that wisdom particularly valuable, my boy, watching how our own Sunday traditions have evolved somewhat across the years, while still maintaining that same essential spirit my grandfather first taught me all them years ago. And I believe, watching you begin establishing your own particular version of this tradition with your own family, that you're carrying forward this same wisdom your mother shared with me, adapting what you've learned to fit your own particular circumstances while still honoring the essential spirit passed down through so many generations of this family. Now, my boy, I want to tell you about a particular hardship I faced myself as a grown man, one where I nearly abandoned this Sunday tradition entirely, believing circumstances justified setting it aside temporary, and what happened when I nearly made that mistake. This occurred during a particular difficult stretch not long after you were born, when our own farm faced serious troubles, similar in many ways to that hard season I experienced in my own boyhood. I remember feeling overwhelmed, my boy, same as I imagine many folks feel during truly difficult seasons, and I began seriously consider working straight through several consecutive Sundays, believing the practical necessity of catching up on neglected labor outweighed whatever benefit rest and remembering might provide. Your mother, my boy, she noticed this temptation in me, same as my own grandfather had noticed similar temptations in myself and others across the years. She sat me down one particular Saturday evening, much as my grandfather once sat me down, and she reminded me of everything I'd taught her about why this tradition mattered so deeply, especially during hard seasons rather than despite them. She said, "Silas, you've told me yourself many times that hard seasons are exactly when this rhythm matters most, not least. Are you now going to abandon your own wisdom simply on account of the current hardship feels more immediate and pressing than hardships from your own boyhood stories?" Them words struck me hard, my boy, made me realize I'd nearly fallen into exactly the trap my grandfather had warned against all them years before. So I recommitted myself to honoring that Sunday difference, even during that particular difficult season. And I want to tell you, my boy, that season eventually resolved itself, same as difficult seasons generally do. And I believe our family emerged from it stronger and more steady, precisely because we maintained that essential rhythm, even when circumstances tempted us to abandon it.
I want to tell you now, my boy, what I've come to understand as the deepest reason why this Sunday tradition has mattered so profoundly across so many generations of this family, beyond even the practical benefits of rest, remembering, and steady rhythm that I've already described tonight. I believe, my boy, that this tradition teaches something essential about the very nature of a good life, something that goes beyond mere survival and endurance. See, if a family spends every single day, all 7, focused entirely on labor and survival, never pausing to truly rest, never pausing to remember and connect and appreciate what truly matters, that family risks losing sight of why they're working so hard in the first place. The labor itself becomes the entire point, rather than serving its proper purpose of supporting a life worth living, a family worth cherishing, memories worth creating, preserving. Sunday, my boy, by feeling genuinely different from every other day, It reminds this whole family, week after week, generation after generation, that labor and survival, while necessary and important, ain't the ultimate point of our existence together. The ultimate point, I'll come to believe, involves connection and rest and remembering and appreciating the precious gift of simply being together, safe and warm, regardless of whatever hardships the rest of the week might bring. I believe this understanding, my boy, this deeper wisdom about what truly matters in a good life, it's been passed down through this Sunday tradition across every single generation I've told you about tonight. From my own grandfather, through my father, through myself, and now I hope forward through you and your own children someday. So there it is, my boy, whole family gathered close, rain still falling steady outside, same as it's fallen through every single story we've shared this long evening together. This tradition of honoring Sunday different, born out of my own grandfather's wisdom about anchors and steady rhythms amidst life's inevitable storms, it's carried this family through hard seasons, through worry and struggle, through the simple challenge of remembering what truly matters amidst the relentless demands of daily survival. I hope, my boy, you'll continue carrying this tradition forward, same as you've already begun doing with your own children, adapting it as needed to fit your own particular circumstances, same as your mother wisely taught me all them years ago, while still honoring that same essential spirit, rest for body and mind both, remembering where we come from and what we've overcome together, and maintaining steady rhythm even when, especially when, circumstances tempt us toward abandoning such practices entirely. Someday, my boy, your own children will carry this same wisdom forward to their own children, same as this tradition has flowed forward across so many generations already, each one adding their own particular understanding, while preserving that same essential core wisdom my grandfather first articulated to me all them years ago, sitting by a fire much like this very one. Rest easy now, whole family, gathered close. Tomorrow brings Monday, same as it always does. Same return to labor and ordinary rhythm. But tonight and tomorrow, when Sunday comes again, we'll honor that difference. Same as this family's honored it faithful across so many generations, resting proper, remembering together, and appreciating this precious gift of simply being together, safe and warm, rain falling steady outside, same as it falls on every family fortunate enough to gather close together, generation after generation. Good night, my boy. Good night, whole family. Sleep deep and sleep steady, same as this family's found steady rest through honoring Sunday different, week after week, generation after generation, anchor holding firm amidst whatever storms life might bring our way.
Now, my boy, gather in close once more, whole family together. Rain falling steady, same as always. on account I got another one for you tonight. This time about a particular summer when my own father, your great-grandfather Elias, taught me something that served me faithful my whole life since. How to read the sky itself, same as reading words on a page, understanding what it was trying to tell us long before any words or weather reports could confirm it. I must have been about 11 years old that particular summer, my boy, old enough to help proper with the heavier farm work, but still young enough to view most everything with a boy's particular wonder and curiosity. And my father, he'd been reading the sky his whole life, same as his own father before him, understanding its moods and warnings in ways that seemed almost magical to me as a young boy, though he always insisted it weren't magic at all, just careful, patient observation passed down through generations. I recall one particular morning that summer, clear and bright, not a cloud to be seen anywhere across that wide open sky. And my father, looking up briefly while we worked in the field, he said, somewhat concerned, "Silas, we best finish planting this section today. Storm's coming by tomorrow evening, I'd wager, maybe the day after at latest." Now, my boy, I looked up at that same sky, clear and untroubled far as I could tell, and I couldn't help but question him, same as any curious boy might. "Pa, how can you tell? Ain't a cloud anywhere in sight." And my father, he smiled that patient smile of his, same one I've described to you many times this evening, and he said, "Silas, the sky tells its stories long before the clouds arrive to confirm them. You just gotta learn its particular language, same as you're learning your letters and numbers in school." That conversation sparked something in me, my boy, a genuine desire to learn this particular skill my father possessed, and I aim to tell you exactly what he taught me that summer, lessons I've carried forward my whole life since, same as I hope to pass 'em along to you and your own children someday. My father began teaching me proper that very same evening, my boy, taking me outside after supper, same as we're sitting together tonight, and pointing toward the western horizon where the sun was setting that particular day. "Look close, Silas," he said, "at how that sunset's colored tonight. See that reddish, almost coppery tint spreading across them clouds near the horizon?" I looked close, same as he instructed, and sure enough, I noticed a particular color I hadn't paid much attention to before, somewhat different from ordinary sunset colors I'd seen countless times without truly observing 'em careful. "Now remember this particular shade, boy," my father continued, "on account of it often signals dry weather continuing for a spell longer, generally speaking." He explained further, my boy, that different sunset colors carried different meanings, though he cautioned me that
reading the sky weren't ever about absolute certainty, more about understanding likely patterns based on careful accumulated observation across many seasons. A red sky at night, he told me, using a phrase his own father had taught him, generally signals fair weather following, but a red sky at morning, that's often warning a storm's approaching before day's end. I remember asking him, curious as always, "But Pa, how'd you first learn all this? Did somebody teach you directly, same as you're teaching me now?" And he told me, "My own father taught me some of it, same as his own father taught him before that. But considerable more, Silas, I learned through my own careful watching, year after year, noticing patterns, testing my own predictions against what actually weather followed, refining my understanding through patient observation across many seasons. That lesson stuck with me particular, my boy, understanding that reading the sky weren't just about memorizing rules somebody else had established."
Now, my boy, my father continued teaching me throughout that whole summer, pointing out various signs beyond just sunset colors that help predict coming weather. I recall him teaching me about cloud shapes, particular, how certain formations signaled different kinds of weather approaching, while others suggested continued fair conditions. "See them clouds there, Silas?" he said one particular afternoon, pointing toward some high, wispy formations stretched thin across the otherwise clear sky. "Those are what some folks call mare's tails, on account of how they resemble a horse's tail caught in the wind. When you see them formations, especially if they're increasing throughout the day, that often signals a change in weather coming within a day or two, sometimes sooner." I watched close that particular day, my boy, and sure enough, by the following evening, clouds had thickened considerable, and rain arrived not long after, confirming what my father had predicted through careful observation of them particular formations days before any obvious signs appeared to my own untrained eye. My father also taught me to pay attention to how animals behaved, my boy, explaining that creatures often sense change in weather before humans typically notice such changes ourselves. "Watch how the birds fly," he told me. "Watch how the cattle position themselves in the pasture. Watch how insects behave differently before storms arrive. Nature herself often provides warning signs if a body takes the time to observe carefully." I recall specifically noticing that particular summer, my boy, how our own cattle would often gather closer together, positioning themselves with their backsides facing toward whatever direction a storm was approaching from. Seemingly instinctive behavior,
that consistently preceded stormy weather by several hours, sometimes longer. There was a particular incident that summer, my boy, that truly demonstrated to me just how valuable this skill of reading the sky could prove, beyond just satisfying idle curiosity or impressing folks with seemingly magical predictions. We'd been working on building a new section of fence that particular week, important work that needed completing before autumn arrived proper. One particular morning, my father looked up at the sky, considering it careful for a spell longer than usual, and he said somewhat urgent, "Silas, we need to move quicker than planned today. I'm seeing signs of a serious storm approaching, worse than what we've faced recently. We should secure what fence we've already built and make certain the animals are properly sheltered before evening arrives." Now, my boy, that particular morning looked fairly ordinary to my own untrained eye, perhaps slightly more clouds than usual, but nothing that seemed particularly alarming or unusual. I questioned my father somewhat, wondering if perhaps he was being overly cautious this time, interrupting our important fence-building work unnecessarily. But my father, confident in his reading of them particular signs, insisted we prioritize securing the animals and structures rather than continuing our fence work that day. We spent the morning and early afternoon making certain everything was properly secured, moving animals into more sheltered areas, checking that our existing structures were sound and ready to withstand whatever weather might arrive. Sure enough, my boy, by late afternoon that same day, a truly severe storm arrived, stronger and more destructive than anything we'd experienced in quite some time, with powerful winds and heavy rain that lasted well into the night. Had we continued our fence work instead of preparing properly, we would not only lost valuable time and materials, but potentially faced serious danger from working outside during such a severe storm. That experience, my boy, truly cemented in my young mind just how valuable and practical this skill of reading the sky could prove, beyond just mere intellectual curiosity or family tradition. I want to tell you, my boy, about how my father explained the deeper reasoning behind why this particular skill mattered so much to him, beyond even the practical benefits of predicting weather accurately for farming and safety purposes. We sat together that particular evening after that severe storm had finally passed, and I asked him how he'd felt so confident in his prediction, despite the sky appearing fairly ordinary to my own untrained perception. He explained, "Silas, reading the sky, it teaches a man something valuable beyond just weather predictions. It teaches patience, careful observation, and humility too, understanding that we're just small parts of something much larger and more powerful than ourselves. Nature don't reveal her secrets to those who rush past without truly looking, without taking time to notice patterns and signals that ain't always immediately obvious. I've thought on those words many times since, my boy, understanding more deeply each year just how much wisdom my father was trying to convey to me that particular evening, beyond just practical weather prediction skills. He was teaching me a broader lesson about patient observation, about respecting forces larger than ourselves, about developing genuine expertise through sustained, careful attention, rather than seeking quick, superficial understanding. My father continued, explaining further, "This skill, Silas, it ain't something you master overnight, or even across a single summer, despite what we've been practicing together these past months. It's something you continue developing your whole life, refining your understanding through countless seasons of careful observation, making mistakes sometimes, learning from those mistakes, gradually becoming more skilled and confident in your readings as the years accumulate. I've found that particular wisdom true myself, my boy, continuing to develop and refine my own sky reading abilities across many decades since that particular summer. Still learning new patterns and signals even now in my advanced years, same as my father predicted I would when he first began teaching me this valuable skill.
Now, my boy, I want to tell you about another particular lesson my father taught me that summer. One that dealt not just with predicting storms and severe weather, but with understanding the more subtle, gradual signs that signaled changing seasons approaching, long before any obvious shift in temperature or daylight made such changes apparent to casual observation. He took me out one particular morning, late in that same summer, and pointed toward a cluster of trees at the edge of our property. "Look close at them leaves, Silas," he said. "Notice how they're starting to curl slightly at the edges, even though the color ain't changed much yet. That's an early sign autumn's approaching, weeks before the leaves actually start turning color proper." I looked close, my boy, and sure enough, I noticed that subtle curling he pointed out, something I likely would have walked past entirely without ever noticing had my father not directed my attention toward it specifically. He explained further that this early sign, combined with other subtle indicators, the angle of the sun rising and setting slightly different each day, the particular quality of light during late afternoon, even certain birds beginning to gather in larger flocks in preparation for their seasonal migration. All these signs together painted a picture of approaching seasonal change,
weeks before more obvious signs would become apparent to less careful observers. "Why does it matter so much, Pa?" I asked him, "knowing autumn's coming weeks before it's obvious anyhow? Won't it arrive regardless of whether we notice these early signs or not?" And my father, patient as always with my curious questioning, explained, "Silas, knowing change is coming early gives us time to prepare properly, rather than being caught off guard when that change finally arrives fully. We can begin preparing our stores for winter, begin making necessary repairs to structures before cold weather makes such repairs more difficult, begin adjusting our daily rhythms gradually rather than all at once." I've carried that particular wisdom forward my whole life since, my boy, understanding that this skill of reading subtle signs, whether in nature or in other aspects of life, provides valuable advance warning that allows for thoughtful, gradual preparation rather than reactive scrambling once change has already fully arrived. This lesson extended far beyond simply predicting weather patterns, teaching me a broader approach to noticing and preparing for changes of all kinds throughout my life. There's a particular evening I recall from that same summer, my boy, when my father shared with me something about how this sky reading skill connected to a deeper trust he held, not just in his own careful observations, but in something larger governing the natural world around us. We sat together watching a particularly beautiful sunset, colors spreading rich and vibrant across the western horizon, and my father grew quiet and reflective for a spell before speaking. "Silas," he said, "every single time I read these signs correct, every single time my predictions prove accurate, it reminds me that this world operates according to patterns, according to a kind of order that, while complex and sometimes difficult to fully understand, ain't random or chaotic. There's a rhythm to it all, boy. Same as there's rhythm to the seasons, to the days themselves, to our own family's traditions we've talked about on other evenings." I asked him, curious about this deeper reflection he seemed to be sharing, "Paul, does that mean you always know exactly what's coming on account of understanding these patterns so well?" And he laughed, gentle and warm, and said, "No, Silas, far from it. I'm wrong sometimes, more often than I'd like to admit, if I'm being honest with you. But being wrong sometimes don't mean the patterns themselves ain't real or reliable. It just means my own understanding of those patterns remains imperfect, same as any human understanding of something as vast and complex as the natural world remains imperfect, no matter how carefully we study and observe." That particular conversation taught me something valuable, my boy, about maintaining humility even while developing genuine expertise and skill. My father possessed remarkable ability reading the sky, developed through decades of careful observation, yet he remained humble about the limits of that ability, understanding that nature's patterns, while real and generally reliable, still contained elements of unpredictability that no amount of careful study could ever fully eliminate. I've tried to carry forward this same balance myself, my boy, developing genuine expertise in various areas throughout my own life, while maintaining appropriate humility about the limits of my own understanding, recognizing that even the most careful, experienced observation still leaves room for surprises and exceptions to whatever patterns we've learned to trust and recognize.
Now, my boy, I want to tell you about how this particular skill my father taught me proved valuable not just during that formative summer, but throughout my entire adult life in situations far beyond simply predicting weather for farming purposes. I recall a particular incident years later after I'd married your grandmother and we were raising our own young family together, when this sky-reading ability proved genuinely important for keeping our family safe. We'd planned a particular trip into town, my boy, several days' journey each direction, important business that couldn't easily be postponed or rescheduled. But the morning we were set to depart, I studied the sky careful, same as my father had taught me all them years before, and I noticed several concerning signs suggesting severe weather approaching within the next day or two. Your grandmother questioned my hesitation somewhat, my boy, understandably eager to complete our important business in town rather than delaying our departure based on what appeared to her as fairly ordinary weather conditions. But I explained to her the particular signs I was noticing, drawing on decades of experience my father had helped me develop, and she trusted my judgment, agreeing to delay our departure by a full day. Sure enough, my boy, that delayed day proved wise beyond what either of us initially expected. A severe storm arrived that very evening we would have originally been traveling, strong enough that travelers caught unprepared on the open road faced genuine danger and difficulty. We learned later that several other families had indeed been caught in that particular storm while traveling, facing considerable hardship and even some injury before finding adequate shelter. That experience, my boy, reinforced for me just how valuable this childhood lesson from my father had proven throughout my entire life, extending far beyond simple farming applications into broader questions of family safety and wise decision-making regarding travel and other important activities affected by weather conditions. I want to share with you now, my boy, how I began teaching this same valuable skill to your own father when he was just a young boy himself, following the same patient, careful approach my own father had used teaching me all them years before. I remember starting these lessons when your father was around the same age I'd been when my own father first began teaching me, recognizing that this particular age seemed to represent an ideal time for children to begin developing this kind of careful, patient, observational skill. I took your father outside one particular evening, same as my own father had done with me, pointing toward the sunset and beginning to explain the various signs and patterns I'd spent my whole life learning to recognize and interpret. I remember him asking many of the same curious questions I'd once asked my own father, wondering how such predictions could possibly prove reliable, questioning whether I was perhaps exaggerating my own abilities somewhat. I responded to his questions with the same patience my own father had shown me, explaining that this skill develops gradually through sustained practice and careful attention rather than arriving instantly or through simple explanation alone. I encouraged him to begin his own careful observations, testing his own predictions against actual weather outcomes, gradually developing his own confidence and skill through this patient, accumulated experience. I recall feeling a particular satisfaction, my boy, watching your father gradually develop this same skill I inherited from my own father, understanding that I was successfully passing forward not just practical knowledge, but a broader approach to careful, patient observation that extended well beyond simply predicting weather patterns alone. Your father, in turn, has begun teaching these same skills to you and your sister both, continuing this tradition that now spans 4 generations of careful sky reading within our own family, each generation adding their own particular experiences and refinements to this accumulated wisdom passed down from long before any of us were even born. Now, my boy, I want to tell you about how this particular skill my father taught me proved valuable not just during that formative summer, but throughout my entire adult life in situations far beyond simply predicting weather for farming purposes. I recall a particular incident years later after I'd married your grandmother and we were raising our own young family together, when this sky reading ability proved genuinely important for keeping our family safe. We'd planned a particular trip into town, my boy, several days' journey each direction. important business that couldn't easily be postponed or rescheduled. But the morning we were set to depart, I studied the sky careful, same as my father had taught me all them years before, and I noticed several concerning signs suggesting severe weather approaching within the next day or two. Your grandmother questioned my hesitation somewhat, my boy, understandably eager to complete our important business in town rather than delaying our departure based on what appeared to her as fairly ordinary weather conditions. But I explained to her the particular signs I was noticing, drawing on decades of experience my father had helped me develop, and she trusted my judgment, agreeing to delay our departure by a full day. Sure enough, my boy, that delayed day proved wise beyond what either of us initially expected. A severe storm arrived that very evening we would have originally been traveling, strong enough that travelers caught unprepared on the open road faced genuine danger and difficulty. We learned later that several other families had indeed been caught in that particular storm while traveling, facing considerable hardship and even some injury before finding adequate shelter. That experience, my boy, reinforced for me just how valuable this childhood lesson from my father had proven throughout my entire life, extending far beyond simple farming applications into broader questions of family safety and wise decision-making regarding travel and other important activities affected by weather conditions. I want to share with you now, my boy, how I began teaching this same valuable skill to your own father when he was just a young boy himself, following the same patient, careful approach my own father had used teaching me all them years before. I remember starting these lessons when your father was around the same age I'd been when my own father first began teaching me, recognizing that this particular age seemed to represent an ideal time for children to begin developing this kind of careful, patient, observational skill. I took your father outside one particular evening, same as my own father had done with me, pointing toward the sunset and beginning to explain the various signs and patterns I'd spent my whole life learning to recognize and interpret. I remember him asking many of the same curious questions I'd once asked my own father, wondering how such predictions could possibly prove reliable, questioning whether I was perhaps exaggerating my own abilities somewhat. I responded to his questions with the same patience my own father had shown me, explaining that this skill develops gradually through sustained practice and careful attention rather than arriving instantly or through simple explanation alone. I encouraged him to begin his own careful observations, testing his own predictions against actual weather outcomes, gradually developing his own confidence and skill through this patient accumulated experience. I recall feeling a particular satisfaction, my boy, watching your father gradually develop this same skill I inherited from my own father, understanding that I was successfully passing forward not just practical knowledge, but a broader approach to careful, patient observation that extended well beyond simply predicting weather patterns alone. Your father, in turn, has begun teaching these same skills to you and your sister both, continuing this tradition that now spans 4 generations of careful sky reading within our own family, each generation adding their own particular experiences and refinements to this accumulated wisdom passed down from long before any of us were even born.
Now, my boy, I want to explain something particular about why I believe this sky reading tradition has held such lasting value across so many generations of our family, beyond even the practical benefits I've already described tonight regarding weather prediction and family safety. I believe this tradition teaches something essential about paying careful attention to the world around us, developing patient expertise through sustained practice, rather than seeking quick, superficial understanding of complex natural patterns around us. My father used to say, "Silas, most folks rush through their days without ever truly looking at anything careful, without ever developing genuine understanding of the natural patterns surrounding them constantly. This sky reading skill, it teaches us to slow down, to observe carefully, to develop patient expertise that most folks never bother cultivating in their busy, hurried lives. I've found this broader lesson valuable throughout my entire life, my boy, extending well beyond simply reading weather patterns into a general approach of careful, patient observation applied to many different aspects of life, whether understanding the subtle signs of an animal's illness before obvious symptoms appear, or recognizing early indications of trouble within our own family relationships before such trouble grows into serious conflict. This same skill of careful, patient observation has served me well across countless different situations throughout my life. I believe, my boy, that teaching you and your sister to read the sky, same as my own father taught me, represents something valuable, extending far beyond simple weather prediction. It teaches you both a broader approach to engaging thoughtfully and carefully with the world around you, developing genuine expertise through patient, sustained attention, rather than rushing carelessly through life without ever truly noticing the rich patterns and signals constantly surrounding us, if only we take the time and patience necessary
to observe them properly. I want to tell you now, my boy, about a particular moment near the end of my father's life when he shared with me his own reflections on this sky-reading tradition and why he believed it represented something even deeper than the practical skill itself. He was quite elderly by then, my boy, his own health beginning to decline, though his mind remained sharp and clear right up until his final days. He called me to sit with him one particular evening, much as I'm sitting with you and our whole family tonight, and he said, "Silas, I want you to understand something about why I taught you to read the sky all them years ago. Something beyond just the practical benefits we've discussed many times over the years." I listened close, my boy, sensing this conversation held particular importance, given my father's evident seriousness and the reflective tone he'd adopted for this discussion. He continued, "This skill, Silas, it taught you to trust patterns, to trust that even complex, seemingly unpredictable systems often operate according to discoverable rhythms and signals, if only we develop sufficient patience and careful attention to recognize them properly. I believe," he continued, "this same trust in discoverable patterns applies not just to weather, but to life itself, to relationships, to seasons of hardship and abundance that every family experiences across their journey together. Learning to read the sky, Silas, it teaches a broader trust that even during life's most uncertain, chaotic seeming moments, there often exist patterns and signals if we develop sufficient patience and careful attention to recognize them properly." I've thought on those words many times since, my boy, understanding more deeply each year just how much wisdom my father was attempting to convey through this seemingly simple, practical skill he'd spent that entire summer teaching me all them years before. He was teaching me not just to read clouds and sunsets, but to trust in the deeper order and pattern underlying even our most difficult and uncertain circumstances.
Now, my boy, I want to share with you a particular experience from more recent years, one that demonstrated how this childhood skill continues proven valuable even now in my advanced age, long after that formative summer when my own father first began teaching me these lessons. This happened not too many years back, when your own children were still quite young, and we were planning a particular family gathering that required careful attention to weather conditions. I studied the sky several days beforehand, my boy, drawing on now nearly 70 decades of accumulated experience and careful observation, and I identified signs suggesting we should perhaps adjust our planned timing somewhat, moving our gathering earlier in the day rather than the late afternoon timing we'd originally intended. Your own children, my great-grandchildren, questioned my suggestion somewhat, same as young folks often question the wisdom of their elders,
wondering how I could possibly know anything reliable about weather still several days distant. I explained to them, patient as my own father had once been with me, the particular signs I was observing and interpreting, encouraging them to begin developing their own careful observational skills, same as I'd developed mine all them decades before. Sure enough, my boy, that adjusted timing proved wise, as afternoon weather that particular day turned considerably more severe than the earlier hours, confirming once again the continued value of this ancient family tradition, now spanning 5 full generations of careful sky reading and pattern recognition within our own family. I share this experience with you, my boy, not merely to demonstrate continued accuracy in weather prediction, but to illustrate how skills and wisdom developed across an entire lifetime, building upon lessons first learned during formative childhood experiences, continue providing genuine value even in our most advanced years, long after we might otherwise assume such skills have become obsolete or unnecessary. I want to tell you, my boy, about how I hope this particular tradition will continue extending forward through future generations of our family, beyond even your own children and grandchildren, carrying forward this same essential wisdom about patient observation, developed expertise, and trust in discoverable patterns underlying even our most complex, seemingly unpredictable systems. I believe, my boy, that as times continue changing, as technology perhaps provides more convenient methods for predicting weather and other natural patterns, this deeper lesson my father taught me remains equally valuable regardless of whatever practical tools become available. The broader skill of careful, patient observation, of developing genuine expertise through sustained attention rather than seeking quick, superficial understanding. This represents wisdom extending far beyond simply predicting weather patterns alone. I hope, my boy, that you'll continue teaching your own children and grandchildren not just specific skill of reading clouds and sunsets, but this broader approach to engaging thoughtfully with the world around them, developing patience, careful attention, and genuine trust in discoverable patterns, even amid life's most uncertain and chaotic seeming circumstances. This tradition, my boy, connects directly to so many other traditions we've discussed across these many evenings together. That lantern burning steady, that old rocking chair, that well never running dry, this settling word practice, our family's Sunday differences, all of them in their own particular way teach this same essential wisdom about patient attention, developed expertise, and trust in the deeper patterns underlying even our most difficult and uncertain circumstances.
So there it is, my boy. Whole family gathered close. Rain still falling steady outside, same as it's fallen through every single story we've shared together this long evening. This tradition of reading the sky, born from my own father's patient teaching during that formative childhood summer, it's provided practical safety and wisdom across 5 generations now, while teaching something even deeper about patience, careful observation, and trust in discoverable patterns underlying our world. I hope, my boy, you'll continue carrying this tradition forward, same as you've already begun doing with your own children, teaching them not just to read clouds and sunsets accurately, but to develop that broader patience and careful attention that makes such skill possible in the first place. This represents, I believe, one of the most valuable gifts any parent or grandparent can offer their children. Not just specific knowledge or skills, but a fundamental approach to engaging thoughtfully and patiently with the world around them. Someday, my boy, your own grandchildren will look up at that same sky, same clouds and sunsets that have guided this family's understanding across so many generations already, and they'll carry forward this same essential wisdom, adding their own particular experiences and refinements, same as every generation before them has done, stretching back to that formative summer when my own father first began teaching me these valuable lessons. Rest easy now, whole family gathered close. That sky's still out there tonight, hidden behind these rain clouds for now, but steady and reliable in its underlying patterns, same as it's always been, generation after generation. And we're warm and safe together tonight, trusting in patterns both visible and hidden, same as every family before us has learned to trust through patient, careful attention passed down faithfully across countless generations. Good night, my boy. Good night, whole family. Sleep deep and sleep trusting, same as this family's learned to trust in life's deeper patterns, generation after steady sky.